Hello, can you hear me now? Throw me a one in the chat, guys, if you can hear me. I always have issues with this microphone. So, happy weekend to everyone. How are we all? I just did a roll call of everyone in here, so you wouldn't have heard that. Coconuts, how are you? Snoop, Smiley, Domino Queen, Hey Jackie, the cat, Kitchener Mom, Melanie C, Angela Critters, Kathy, Lollipop Guild. Damn, there's a lot of you in here. This is pretty much an impromptu live. I was in a Pink Lady Lux live earlier, and something came up that I think I'd like to say a few things about, and I think there's a few people that would like to comment on it. Now, the links in the chat, I think Pink Lady Lux up for coming up, because we may be streaming another channel. Fair use commentary and all that, guys, you know? I think it's only fair when certain creators who seem to be playing out their neurotic breakdown in public for us all decide to have snide remarks about how other creators decide to cover true crime, then I think it's only fair that we can at least respond to that or comment upon it, right? Is that fair? Give me a one, guys, if you think that's fair. And I may need someone to volunteer to be a moderator, because there may be a few things I'm saying or other people might say that others might not like. So if I can have a volunteer, that'll be great. And you might be wondering why I have the creation of Eve up on the screen. It's damn fair, Jules, right? It's damn fair. All's fair. Yeah, so I've got the... Okay, cool, Snip. I'll make you a moderator. I think I can trust you. Just in case any crazies come in, you understand. Yeah, so why do I have this famous painting by Michelangelo up on the screen? I don't know, there was just something about a particular live that I was looking at earlier that just, something about it, just the image reminded me of it. I don't know why. If anyone has any ideas, you know, just the tone and the language of it. Okay, so I've got the link. I've got the link pinned at the top, the panel link. I'll try and keep an eye on backstage because I often miss when people pop in. So, in case anyone is wondering what the hell I'm talking about, what this is all about, let's just give you a little catch up here. This is from the Hell to the No channel. I don't think they would mind me playing this. And for anyone that's not subscribed to this channel, I would recommend you do so. Here's their channel link in the chat. So this is Hell to the No, covering a live that most of you have most likely heard about that took place a couple of days ago. Let me just let it play and let it speak for itself. She doesn't show was a rather unnerving and traumatic image to be shown to the public at the end, so don't worry.
Lucy and Jimmy and I, as much as we promised to get your stuff out, cannot get it out. Somebody killed our dog. Somebody turned around in our driveway and killed our dog. And Jimmy heard a scream from the dog, and he went running down, and he said that Lucy was on the ground, and she thought he was going to be okay because she was still alive, and he was trying to scoop her up, and she died in his arms, and he put her on the porch, and he came over here, and he told me, honey, we got to go home. Something really bad happened. And I immediately, I got that horrible feeling, because I can tell in Jimmy's face when something is really wrong. And I said, Jimmy, is there something really wrong? And he said, come on, honey, we got to go home. And I said, oh my gosh, Jimmy, oh my gosh. Is it the kids? Is it the kids? Is it, I knew where Ethan and Luke are. Is it Hallie or Michael? He said, no. Oh, and then I said, is it the dogs? And he said, yes. And I thought that it was Sassy because she's old, okay? And I thought that she maybe died, okay? And I said, is it Sassy? And he said, no. And I said, oh my gosh, is it Lucy? And he said, yes. And I said, what happened? And he said that he heard a truck, and then he heard this scream from Lucy. And he went down, and she was there on the bottom of the driveway, and the truck was gone. And the truck was gone. And Desi was down there trying to wake her up. Desi had blood all over him. Sassy. And Desi are so shaken up. Desi keeps trying to wake her up, and I was begging Jimmy. I said, you know, when I went up there on the porch, she was warm, and I was trying to touch her. But when I said, he said, we already tried CPR and everything. She's gone, honey. She's gone. And it felt all squishy. Like I think she has massive internal damage, and she's got blood coming out of her mouth. And Jimmy took a picture for the bastards that are going to say that I'm lying. Those bastards.
Okay, the bastards. You may be wondering who the bastards are. Most of you guys know who she's referring to, but it's basically her general word for anyone that's ever responded to Carolyn or defended themselves or commented upon her behavior, her words, the way she has treated people, the constant disrespect of so many people. There's a reason that BBT has such support. There's a reason that Pink Lady Luck has such support. Because she sees you for who you are. And people have now seen what you put BBT through and what you put Joseph Thought through. Filled many of us, like myself, the amount of cringe that I have had to digest in memory of how much I defended this person. So what you're witnessing here is the immediate aftermath of a family tragedy of her pet accidentally being killed. And her YouTube neurosis has got to such an extent, and to be honest, I think it's been there for quite some time, that she's capable of using this to attack the bastards on YouTube over YouTube drama. Over YouTube drama. Okay? This is her real life, her real family, and just watch how she decides to cope with this, and ask yourself how selfish this person has become, maybe always was.
That say my other dogs didn't die, or the bastards that want to say all the crap they want to say.
And yet, this unbelievably selfish person has the nerve to snidely attack another YouTube creator because she doesn't like the way she's covering true crime. Because it doesn't fit into her cartoon mold of how true crime should be covered. Like a 12-year-old would cover true crime. You have the good people over there, and you have the bad people over there. All the bad people need to be locked up and called monsters. They're not human beings. There's no possible background or genesis to why they went wrong that's worth studying or trying to understand. No. We want to cover true crime like it's a cartoon and just feel great about ourselves because we relate to someone like Shanann or Shanann's family. It's not that we ourselves are trying to steal something from them because we lack it ourselves, that we want to feel noble and like an angel like they are, makes us feel better. When you really think about it, it's a little disgusting. But anyway, let's carry on with how Carlin is dealing with this family tragedy, the immediate aftermath. And you're probably already asking yourself why on earth she's on YouTube right now. But we're kind of used to that with this woman, aren't we?
So you want one to ask for a picture because he'll gladly send it to you. You sick people. And now my dog is gone. My dog is gone. She's gone. So needless to say, I was out in the street screaming, screaming, God, no, please, why? Why? Why?
Why indeed, Carlin? Is it perhaps a horrible accident and a little as a result of the fact that the dog wasn't leashed or perhaps wasn't looked after properly? Like, I'm casting no judgment, I'm just putting it out there as a possibility. But ultimately, it's an accident, isn't it? But no, that's not enough for Caroline. There has to be an insinuation attached to this to be used for what she needs for her supply on this bullshit platform we call YouTube. And to me, she has literally become a metaphor for the dangers of social media and YouTube. If you're already a little neurotic, a little crazy, then YouTube might not be the place for you. If your supply depends so much on this, it depends so much on being seen to win stupid arguments on YouTube, depends on your numbers, depends upon your growth, being seen as the greatest true crime creator on YouTube, then you shouldn't really be here because that's not where your supply should come from. It should come from the people around you right now that must be wondering what the hell is going on. I think that's fair to say.
I cannot take it. I can't take it. I just can't take it. So I don't know when I will be sending your orders out. And if you want to cancel them, I understand. You can cancel.
She's bringing up the orders because she wants even her subscribers to feel a little guilty. Okay? It's because of this. that you're all going to have to wait for your orders.
Cancel the ones from before too, okay? Because I don't know when I can get things out. I don't know when I can do it. Okay? I just don't know. I can't even think straight now. I cannot even think straight. I have been running around like a lunatic. You want to see my dog? I'll take you and I'll show you my dog. I'll show you my dead dog. Let's go.
No, no one wants to see your dead dog. No one. Only you do. You want everyone to see your dead dog, and you have to look in the mirror and acknowledge your neurosis and ask yourself how it got to this stage that you're capable of doing this. And you had about 2 minutes trudging through your house, your lake house, up the path in your ridiculous Crocs to change your mind and actually realize that what you're doing is nuts, selfish. And don't worry, you're not going to see the dog.
Because I know all they're going to say is that I'm lying. So I'm going to take you to see my dog, okay? I'm going to take you to see my dog that was killed. For all these bastards that want to go start that I'm lying. That it's in dog. What? Say it actually, what? Jimmy, I can't hear you. Please talk to me. What do you mean the SPCA?
She doesn't care about that right now. She doesn't care about, the NSPCA right now. She's got one thing on her mind, and it's all about her. It's entirely about her and her goddamn YouTube.
Jessie is beside herself, and Jimmy saying that. Jessie is.
Have you ever heard crying and ranting like this after you were about 12 or 13 year old? It's what it reminds me of. A 12-year-old's tantrum. But 12-year-olds don't happen to be in charge of families.
Beside herself. Denise, you don't know what these people live. They live to hurt. And shame on you guys if you believe they're crap, because without proof, it's so freaking bad, but it's okay.
She's trying to get everyone to believe that we would all be automatically deriding her and, accusing this of being fake. She wants to control the narrative already. It's this unbelievable, overarching gaslighting performance. Shame on you, Carlin. Shame on you.
Go on, because just go on. I don't need people like that on my side. I'd rather have one good friend than 1,000 fake ones. You think this is fake? You think this is fake? Yeah, I'll show you fake. I'll show you freaking fake. I'll show you freaking fake. I'll show you freaking fake. This is.
You hear that uncontrolled anger? Okay, her anger over YouTube problems and YouTube fights is overriding her rationality in the moment of a family tragedy. Okay, and that right there tells you all you need to know, because even though it's not shown here, she originally on her video showed her dead dog lying there with her kid sitting right beside the dog. I mean, if that's not the... I've never seen anything like this. Pure, yeah, pure rage, Pink. Yeah, Sarah, she's a good person, right? I mean, how constantly are we being told that? Um, and I haven't the the fact that so many criminals, you know, that commit heinous crimes as a last resort, always seem to look for the Bible, for religion, for God. Um, that connection's not lost on me here. How quickly she seems to have been prophesizing her religion so quickly after what deep down she must know is a disgusting thing that she did. Um, that's not lost on me.
My dog. Oh, freaking fake. My nose, it's just stuff, right? I can't take it anymore. I just can't take it anymore. I am gonna get in my car and I'm just gonna get away because I can't take it anymore.
I think she was intending that to sound rather alarming and rather threatening, almost weaponizing how broken she is, that she can't take it anymore and she's just going to drive away or leave YouTube or whatever. She wants people to be worried for her. And that is quite a sick thing to do, to weaponize your distress like that. Hey, Pink.
Hey, Rabid. Thanks for having me up. Hi, everyone in chat. Yes,
You're
it
welcome.
is. It is disturbing. Um, this was from what yesterday, and actually, the live went down. It was up for about 5 hours, as it was showing the deceased dog injured and bleeding, and then it went down. Lots of people were reporting it, and then it went back up, and she edited out the part of the dead dog, but it's mind-boggling to me that she doesn't see anything wrong with her behavior, or maybe she thinks it's correct behavior, but that video is still up with her acting like this.
And
Um,
she's just edited out the part at the end with the dog, right?
correct,
Yeah,
correct.
I mean, like I honestly never watch her, right? But I see enough from what people put out there, BBT, Held to the Know and things. So like I see enough, and I was kind of hoping that maybe what happened was so off the scale that she may finally show some humility, right, and actually take responsibility for her own behavior. But from what it sounds
Well,
like when I was on your live earlier, she's not doing that, is she?
no, but remember when she lost her iPhone and she was raging or whatever, she took that down. That went to private within, I don't know, maybe an hour after. I don't know if because she was with her friends, if they talked her into taking it down. So I thought after yesterday's video about her dog, that once again she would take it down after she realized that she was acting like a lunatic. But
Yeah.
no, no.
That that's even more concerning, right? That she clearly doesn't see that she really did much wrong there, or her intentions were so disgusting, really, when you think about it, you know?
Yeah,
She was,
it's bad. Even with the dog edited out,
yeah,
it is disturbing. It's hard for me to listen to it still. It's still hard.
yeah. And I've noticed that a lot of people just simply don't want to watch it, right? Because of,
Right.
like, you don't have to literally see the dog, right? I mean, your mind makes up the image for you. And just to hear the rage in her, you know? I mean, how anything on YouTube could surpass your immediate priorities and needs with your family is staggering.
Mm,
That's what's occurred there, and it's occurred more than once. Like you say, that instance with her phone, like, okay, granted, like she has some kind of connection to this phone because obviously of her son, right? But even bearing that in mind, that reaction on a public forum, it's just inexplicable. Um, I mean, she felt bad enough to take that down, but she
I
doesn't
think
obviously.
I have a feeling her friends who are with her on vacation convinced her to take it down.
Yeah,
Because if she can leave up the video she did yesterday and leave up a lot of videos where she was raging on people, not as
yeah.
bad. This is really extreme. This is escalated. I'm pretty sure her friends, because one of her friends, that she awoke,
Mm.
um, first thing she said was, "Are you live?"
Was that Lisa
Like,
D or?
I think so. I think it was Lisa. Yeah. Are you live?
Mhm.
Like, and I'm sure maybe because they felt embarrassed, she took it down because I'm sure they don't want to be heard on that live stream, and they were. Enough people caught it and recorded it.
Mm.
Um, so I'm wondering if, they were embarrassed um,
They must have been.
to be part of it, and they asked her to take it down.
And probably second-hand embarrassment for them as well, because they don't want her to show herself up. You know, they obviously
Oh,
believed in her, and the channel was important to them, you know? So, you
and
know,
from my understanding, Lisa never came back. Lisa's gone from her channel.
that's right. Yeah, she Hell to the No has been putting out the letters that the ex-moderators like Lisa D have written to give their reasons for leaving. And there's no hate there. There's actually a lot of love from them in their letters, but there's also a lot of honesty about how they just cannot take her behavior and what they've seen, you know? And
Yeah. Mhm.
it's just the list is so countless now, you know? I mean, we all
It
mess
is,
up on YouTube
yes.
now and again, but
And at some point, when all these people have left, you have to really look at your own self. Take a
yeah,
deep dive into your own self and say, all these people are leaving for basically the same reason or similar reasons. And but she's still blaming everybody else, no matter who leaves. It could have been a good friend of hers, Nana Patty. I mean, if that's not a wake-up call, what is for her?
that's what's worrying, Pink. I don't think anything is going to be enough of a wake-up call for her. She's too deeply embedded within her own I keep using the word neurosis, but I can't think of a better word right now. I think she's just too far gone. I don't think she's capable of the enough self-awareness, you know, to make
Yeah, and
changes.
I've said it before, with YouTube addiction, you will see people's behaviors escalate over time. Um, if you go back to their very first live stream videos, um, and the progression of just the changes that start, the more comfortable they are in their channel, and the more comfortable that they are around their subscribers, they there's a sense of what I look at it as entitlement that comes over the creator, those who become addicted to social media. And they kind of forget where they're at, that they kind of forget terms of service. Um, they're rewarded for their bad behaviors once they establish that friendship between their subscribers. Um, and just to click a like or someone in a chat to say, "You're awesome, you're such a good person." Um, it's like the super ego. Never mind the ego, it just hits a higher level in the brain of entitlement. It's weird. It's a digital world. But yet I think so many creators become trapped in it because they get the recognition more in YouTube than they do in their real life.
Yeah.
We all want to be accepted. And when you're on social media, when people like you, sometimes, you're idolized, I
Yeah.
remember the first time I remember meeting a YouTuber. She came in from out of state to meet me, and I'll never forget it. We met out in the parking lot, and she was running toward me like, "Oh my God, I can't believe it's really you. Like, you don't know how long I've waited for this day." But it was almost like, a fan going after their favorite movie star. Like, I'm looking behind me, like, me? Like, me? Like, you know? Um, I didn't think I was that special. I mean, I was flattered,
Yeah.
but if you could have seen, like, and it was a great, great visit with her, it really was, but it was almost like she was starstruck,
Mm. That must have been quite an
and I'm
insight
like,
to see
but
what,
some
just to get a
people,
taste of it, right? A taste of what celebrities must feel like.
I guess that, and I was just, and she kept, we went into the restaurant, we went to a lovely restaurant, and, I'm going to pay for all of this. And just sometimes the way she would look at me, like she was really in awe. Like, but, you
Did it
know,
wear off?
um,
Did it wear off at some point, or did you
it
stay?
did, it did,
Right.
it
Yeah.
did, it did. And it was a really great time. We had a blast. And,
Yeah. That's quite
you
endearing.
know, but some people, might take that welcome as, boosting their ego
Mm.
so much that, they really feel like, wow, I'm really
Yeah.
um,
Yeah. I
looked
think.
at as I'm idolized. And so
Yeah.
I get to do what I want to do, and people will still idolize me, still give me likes, still give me, that reinforcement, even when I act bad. Um,
Yeah.
they're gonna say, "Oh, I understand," or "It's okay," or so they're comforting, and rewarding in different ways with uh, rewarding her bad behavior or any creator's bad behavior. We see it all the time, not just with
Yeah.
her.
And I've heard her refer to herself as a public figure and a public influencer and things
Yes,
like
she has
that.
identified herself as that. You're right.
Yeah. Um, she just needs to get herself into a realistic place of perspective,
Right, right.
you know, because I think whether she's conscious of this or not, but I think the people that belong to her community, she thinks they really do belong to her by definition, that
Mhm.
she kind of owns them in some way, and she can dictate certain terms. Like if you go to a channel I don't like, then I have the right to make a decision regarding your participation within this channel. Things like
Mhm.
that. Subtly putting pressure on her subscribers and things. And from what I've seen,
It's the control, wanting control.
want control. Yeah.
Yeah,
It was very revealing to me, the whole drama she had with Natasha, Natasha Cooper.
I missed that whole part, but I've seen clips.
Uh-huh.
Because I didn't follow her. I followed her maybe for not even a month around the time she lost her monetization. And I felt bad for her. I went over to Twitter like everyone else did and stood up for her under the YouTube Twitter page. I think I even signed the petition.
Mm,
Um, but I also wasn't into true crime either, like
mm,
everyone was doing the Watts case. And I was just there to basically, my reasoning to coming to YouTube was to do parody, and I found Molly Golightly more entertaining than Merps, and, um, and
Well, I have to,
so I,
just on that, just quickly, Pink. It may be more entertaining for you doing Molly Golightly parodies, but your parodies of Caroline are just gold. If anyone here has not seen them yet, then please check them out. I think they're on your channel and BBT's channel, and Diane did a live as well when you were doing it, right?
Okay, so there are a couple of parodies from like a year or 2 years ago. Save Robbie and I did a Merv parody of the mini brand balls about 2 years ago. Um, I think I put one up on my community page, but I can always post it. And then there was a second one with the Mass Spoofer, which she's from a different community. But the recent ones I did are on BBT Boston's, and also I went on Diane's channel about a month ago and did it.
Mm.
It was a ladies' night on Diane's channel,
Yeah.
and it's toward like the middle to the end of that live stream on Diane's. And I believe my name, she put my name in her title, that I was a guest. So it wasn't really until I was on Diane's a long time ago when the whole MERB and BBT issue was going on, and I didn't know BBT at the time,
Mm.
but I could hear it in BBT's voice that she was truly hurt.
Yeah.
And you kind of know when something is genuine. And I didn't know BBT, and I reached out to her and we connected.
Hmm.
And I remember talking to her, and I know it's hard for her, I'm sure, still that, bringing back those memories, but she was truly, truly distraught.
Mm.
And at first she's like trying to show me all her proof, and it was very confusing because she even said, "You're going to think I'm crazy."
Mm.
And I said, "No, I'm not going to. I'm willing to listen, however long it takes for me to figure all this out." Um, I don't like seeing anybody get smeared like I did saw BBT get smeared. And Merv never showed proof. She never went on Diane's channel. So I was interested in what BBT had for proof. And when I tell you Merv's voice recording of BBT allegedly threatening to harm her, that was all edited.
Yeah.
I promise you, I have
Yeah.
seen the proof. I was just beside myself. Um, and I've also met BBT in person.
You're both from
Um,
nearby,
we're
aren't
both
you?
from Boston.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Um,
I,
and she was also going through a very hard time, and she's talked about it you know, um, with the custody of her children, in a divorce.
mhm.
And Merb just, and that to me is reaching into someone's real life by, talking about someone else's marriage, their divorce, their children. And any
Mm.
parent who's going through a divorce or a custody battle, it's horrible. It's horrible. And I was really concerned for BBT, her well being, her mental well being. But when I say to you, Merb's audio recording is edited,
Mm.
it is edited.
This see, it's always very difficult for me thinking back to that because people that were there at the time will know that I was one of the people that was believing Merb at that time, you know? And
So for me, what boggles me, and I don't remember all of that. I just remember Diane and BBT, and I remember Merv not taking a link. But
mm,
what boggles me is how words, just words, can, and people believe anything someone will say, anything, when it's to the point of someone's life is in, being threatened, as far
mm,
as Merv calling the FBI showing up to BBT's house,
mm,
okay? Because Merv never showed any proof. All she had was that audio recording, and everybody ran with it.
yeah,
Everybody ran with it. All right, so the scales of justice, right? She's got the audio recording, so one side of the scale goes up, right?
mm,
Okay, so Merv is, oh, she must be telling the truth. But with everything else, she didn't show one bit of evidence. Okay, so I'm looking at everything else she's accusing BBT of, right? Mounds of it. And it just didn't make sense. And she couldn't prove anything, anything.
she never
And I
did.
said,
She never actually showed
there's
anything.
something not right. There's something not right. And I wasn't being biased. I'm not that type of person. Like,
Yeah,
if Merb had, first of all, Merb should have taken a link onto Diane's channel. I can't believe that this went on without Merb taking a link.
I th
Um,
that's because she thinks everything else on YouTube is kind of beneath her. That's how
and if you're so
that's
afraid
how
for
work.
your life, yeah, if you're so afraid for your life, and I've always said it about me, that if I had to go through everything that Merb went through, everything, comments of, people even saying she's been, for 3 years, her life has been threatened, her and her kids. Okay. First of all, with everything she claims to have gone through, she ought to be in the witness protection program, don't you think?
I
Don't you
think so.
think?
Yeah, and I wouldn't be allowing my
Right,
kids to have YouTube channels either
right.
if that was a genuine
Secondly,
concern.
secondly, I would have left YouTube a long time ago
Yeah,
if
yeah.
my family was truly, truly in danger. I would
Mm,
not be talking to prank callers
mm,
threatening to kill me. I would hang up the phone. I would call the police. I would change
mm,
my number. I would do whatever it took
mm,
to protect myself and my family, my kids especially. I would have been gone long
yeah,
ago, because YouTube is not worth it. So
no,
this need to attach oneself to YouTube, despite the alleged constant threats of you being killed. I had
mm,
one person threaten to kill me. One person threatened to hire a hitman. I kept quiet. I went, I reported it to the police. Then I reported it to the FBI. The FBI reported it to Homeland Security, and they opened a case, and charges were brought within a month. So this 4 years of
wow.
this, or 3.5 years, and the FBI has an open case? No, no,
Mm,
they don't. And the FBI, and I can tell you, there is no open case for Carolyn.
yeah.
There is no open case with the FBI.
I find it very difficult to believe a single thing now regarding what comes from her, what she puts out there. I think something, in my opinion, occurred quite early on with her is that she realized through what might have been originally some genuine drama that it actually benefited her channel. And bear in mind that YouTube to her is first and foremost a business to her, right? A business. It's
Hmm.
about the dollar, right? That's the top priority. I'm not saying that she doesn't genuinely have friendships, okay? I'm sure she does through YouTube, but
Right.
number one
Yeah.
is about the dollar. So I think when she's seen the dramatic occurrences tended to be quite good for numbers, I have huge suspicions that going forward, when you look at just how many dramatic things occurred with her, that was slightly contrived, continually contrived.
But I hope people can understand, and I'm not reading chat right now, so I apologize, but people can understand that no matter how much money you earn on YouTube, it will come with a greater price than just monetary, like the almighty dollar, okay,
Spot
or the
on.
pounds, right? Okay, it'll come at the price of your mental health, your mental well-being. And is it worth it? Now look at, I went live yesterday about the dog incident. I haven't had that many views in a long time since I've done Molly Golightly parodies.
Hmm.
You know, I'll make a few bucks, right? In fact, though, my monetization is limited because me talking about what Merb showed is not appropriate for all viewers, according to YouTube.
Hmm.
So I have limited monetization,
Hmm.
limited ads on that video. But
Hmm.
still, I will make a little bit of money. Is it worth it to me? From
Hmm.
what I've seen other creators go through and becoming addicted, and I don't think I could continue on day after day after day and get my feet first all the way into drama
Hmm.
um, at the price I know it will take on my well-being because I've seen it happen to so many other creators.
Hmm.
You know, their behavior is escalating. They're, you know, the sides now. You know, there's a divide. You know, we used to
Hmm.
all be friends, and then there became a divide. Um,
Hmm.
I can't see myself putting myself into that
Yeah.
situation to make
Yeah.
more money. Um,
See, yeah, and I think up till now, it seems like she's close to genuinely cracking, right? But up to now, I think that's been a trade that she's been willing to make, and it's a really
it's
bad
no. I
trade.
mean, look at. I don't hate Mommy Ramblings. I don't hate Carolyn.
No one
I am
does.
concerned, and when I speak out, and people might ask, geez, Pink, you know, she never did anything to you directly, but she's hurt my friends. And I'm the first to say, don't defend me. Please don't, because I don't want my subs to get hurt. But when it comes to me, I mean, to the level that she's hurt so many people, not only BBT, I mean, there's a list. And then when I found out what she did to Dreaming, okay, God rest her
Yeah,
soul,
yeah.
at some point you just feel compelled to just speak up. And BBT and I talked about this. I'm like, we got to open up a platform for
Mm,
people to come to because nobody's talking about this. She's
mm,
continuing to do this,
mm.
and her victims deserve a voice. And
Yeah,
maybe they're afraid. So, you know, maybe if one person comes forward, others will follow. And that's exactly what happened.
absolutely. Right.
BBT opened up her channel, and I'm sure it was hard for BBT. You know, it was all in all due time because BBT was affected and still is to a degree
I have
affected
I have no doubt about
by
that.
you know. And can
Yeah,
you imagine having the FBI coming to your house
absolutely. Yeah, I
over a
know.
lie?
Yeah.
Over a lie. Don't you think if that audio recording was authentic, BBT would have been put in jail or been charged?
Mm,
Nothing happened because the FBI gets two sides of the story. They gather their facts.
mm-hmm,
You know, that's what people should do. You gather your facts and then you look at everything and start putting it all together. And that's what they did. And the FBI was just like,
mm.
you know, I mean, you talk about wasting resources, but that's
Yeah.
traumatizing, you know. And then, you know, she gets a court order to show up to Boston for a restraining order, and she manipulates the judge.
In what way? How did she manage to
And
do that?
she didn't show up.
She didn't show up.
I forget what her actual reason was, um, but she got away with it. You know, and I don't know what happened after that. I'll let BBT talk about that, but because it's really her story.
Hmm.
But you talk about not taking responsibility for anything. I mean, BBT made the initiative, like, you need to stay away from me. You need to stay out of my life. You've done enough. BBT could have very well pressed charges.
Yeah.
She had every reason and every right to press charges, and they would have stuck. They
Under
would have stuck.
slander, right? Slander at the very least.
Oh, much more than that. Much more than slander.
Hmm.
Um, so filing false police report,
Hmm.
contacting the FBI under false pretenses with that fabricated audio recording. But BBT said, no, I'm not going to do this. I just want her. I'm going to give her the chance to stay away from me.
And
And
just
she went
think.
and filed a well, it's a stay away order in Massachusetts, restraining orders of her blood relatives or your spouse. What we
Mhm.
call them here in Boston is either stay away orders or no harassment orders. And they're very much like a restraining order. Um, but the only difference is, stay away orders are like for a neighbor or someone
Hmm.
who's not your relative, things like that. So,
Yeah.
um, but Carolyn just, you know,
I think she just.
and BBT was dealing with her own issues in life with her custody
Sure.
case. How much can one person handle?
Yeah.
But Carolyn better thank her lucky stars, and BBT still could press charges.
Doesn't
Still
it
could
just.
press charges.
It just shows you and kind of scares you a bit to realize the lengths that she was capable of going to simply isolate BBT, right? And that was a long time ago, right? That was
See, yeah,
because a lot
revengeful. Yeah,
a lot of people would say, well, obviously she had one of the worst tragedies you could ever have when she lost her son, right? So,
right,
um, everyone would want to give that allowance, but
right.
this was way before that. This was way before that.
Yes,
And
yes.
we've all had tragedies, right? All of us.
Mm-hmm.
And they simply just aren't excuses for bad behavior continually or behavior that is
That's
incredibly
what
hurtful
happens
to
on
people.
YouTube. That's what
Yeah,
happens on YouTube, though, because now the newest thing is, in the past 6 months, maybe it started. Um, you can't come after me because I'm a protected class. So this is the new thing now. If you're disabled, if you're gay,
yeah,
um, but protected class falls more under employment law. Okay, it doesn't cover two people fighting out in the street. You know what I mean? Like
yeah,
having a spat, like we see on YouTube, the back and forth. Nobody wants to get together and take a link and work it out. No, one person goes live, says shit, the other person goes live. I've offered Carolyn a link many times. You know, it'll just be easier if I'm willing to talk to her. I'm not going to be cruel. I don't have it in me
mm,
to just like what we see out in those drama channels, like just,
mm,
slaughtering someone verbally. But to really have an adult to an adult conversation and say, hey, let's, it starts with a discussion.
mm,
If you want to resolve something, it starts with a discussion. And
mm,
that's people don't. They just go live and the other person, it's a rebuttal. It's like, it just never stops. It's back and forth. And um, you know,
yeah, yeah,
sometimes, I think if people didn't care about Carolyn, at least for me, I wouldn't be going live and talking about her. And I know that sounds weird, like people are like, why don't you just mind your business or you're
hmm,
obsessed with her. And I'll tell you, if I didn't care about her on some level, I wouldn't be talking about her.
I get what you mean, because you're saying what she needs to hear, whether she knows it or not. I think she's someone that has just never had that kind of tough love in her life, where she's never been told that she's wrong. She's never been told that she can't have something, and it's remained in her. That seems obvious to me, to be honest. And if she ever feels that she doesn't have control over situations, well, we've seen what it can do to her, what she's capable of doing.
And
And
apologizing to people when it's someone's due an apology is so freeing, for both parties.
I'll
Why
tell
wouldn't
you,
you want that for yourself? Why would you want a dark cloud hanging over you all the time?
do you know because I've been on YouTube, God, I don't know what, 3, 4 years now, like I was saying on Casbah's live the other day. I've been a bit of a YouTube yo-yo. I've been on and off a little bit, right, for other reasons. But um, I tell you, like in the whole time that I've been on YouTube to this day, the two uh, kind of proudest um, outcomes for me is the fact that I am now friends with BBT Boston and Jewels of Thought in the context of how badly I treated them in the past, right? Through my own
Yeah,
ignorance of certain situations, and how
yeah.
grateful I am and proud that they have both forgiven me and we have a really good dynamic now, right? That's been such a positive outcome and experience, you know? And I've learned so much. And it goes back to what you were saying before about, um, not rushing to judgment, right? Trying to hear both sides of a story and digging a little bit and being careful before you make public proclamations, do you know? And
Hmm.
that's been one of the most important things I've learned about trying to be better on YouTube because I've made terrible mistakes, and I've apologized so many times. But I think that's part of the process, or what should be the process, because no one is perfect. No one comes onto YouTube knowing um, what all the dangers are, right? Because I think, as everyone knows by now, that almost by accident, just the way that YouTube is um, designed, it kind of does encourage drama. It rewards drama.
It absolutely was designed to do that. In fact, YouTube declined to take the prototype for social media, the blueprint for social media. They created their own. Um, so, and they created it the way where drama in promoting hate or fighting or separation. And it's interesting if you search around YouTube enough and you happen to find another community that's nothing, they're not even near us. And this has happened to me. I have found other
Hmm.
communities and I've gone into their live stream and the dialogue is so parallel to what our community is fighting about. And
Mm.
it's weird. It's like,
What does that
and it's
tell you,
like,
right? It's endemic
YouTube
within us and YouTube.
succeeded. They succeeded. They have the same issues. They're 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 cussing each other out, and they're the accusations and the paranoia and the real life things that are going on. It's like, oh my God. And these people aren't even near us on YouTube.
Yeah.
Like I've checked their chats. There's not one person's name in there that was familiar to me. I'm like, this is a completely different island somewhere within YouTube, and
Yeah.
they're going through the exact same thing.
Yeah.
And then I found another community, and it was exactly the same thing with different people. And I'm like, this is weird. Like, but this just reinforces that YouTube created their own prototype,
Mm.
you know, to to do this.
Mm.
Um, and
Yeah.
it's awful. And YouTube does not have to take liability. Okay, so
Mm.
it's almost like, why are these channels still up? Well, You can look at many creators who have said the most awful things, who have, you know, and you're just sitting there like, how is this allowed? It's breaking terms of service. Well, if YouTube created the prototype to be this cruel and create divide and try to instill adversity amongst people, and you've got creators doing exactly what they want to do, what YouTube wants them to do, and it's giving them income, why would they take their channel down? You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, some
Exactly.
channels are up and you're just like, I can't believe it. Like, I can't, but that's how YouTube created it.
And it may even have not been a conscious creation. It may have just happened accidentally, but then the people that are important behind the scenes started to realize that that was the case, right? And they would adjust things for that reason. I mean, one thing that seems to have been done as a result of some of the things you mentioned is that they've taken the dislike thing away, right? I mean, people can still click dislike, but it doesn't show up anymore. And
Right.
that seems to have been a result of the fact that so many people get so affected by such things, you know, too many
Right. So
dislikes.
now we as creators, well, we can go in and actually into our creator studio and actually see the dislikes, but who does? I don't anymore. Out
Yep.
of sight, out of mind, right? I don't have
Yeah.
time to look that up. What I'm looking at, and I did it with my videos that I did. I'm guilty of it. The video I did yesterday of Carolyn, I opened up my like button. So even I am guilty
Hmm.
of falling for that. Like, how many people liked what I did? Even I'm guilty of it. It's so
Well,
easy to fall into this cycle, and until YouTube is held responsible.
hmm,
Because right now, if something happens horrible to someone on YouTube,
hmm.
YouTube, with their contract, terms of service, has no liability
No
whatsoever.
liability at all. Yeah.
No, no. And what will happen is until the numbers get high enough, for example, suicide as a result of internet bullying, the numbers aren't high enough. Oh, I'm echoing. How come?
You okay? I
Can
don't
you
hear an
hear me?
echo. Yeah.
Okay. So until it becomes a crisis, an epidemic, YouTube will not be held accountable. Just like we saw with Farm America, the drug overdoses, the opiate epidemic. It got so out of hand, it became a public health crisis. And that was when we saw Farm America being sued and charged and being responsible for the overdose deaths. That's when you saw drug reform, the changes, because now they had to protect themselves. So until YouTube gets to that level where the numbers are so astronomical that becomes a public health crisis, an epidemic,
Hmm.
nothing will be done. But I truly believe in the future, at some point, YouTube, that will happen. But it's going to cost a lot of lives, a lot of suffering, um, even from living people with mental health issues. It's going to, the cost of just damage to people's mental health.
I
Um,
fear you're right, Pink. I do.
yeah,
Just
yeah.
2 seconds. Hey, Ultimated Christian, I'm just making sure I'm not being punked. How are you?
I'm
Can
good.
Rabid Dog, can you go to her live today, that toward the end of it where she
Yeah, I'm going to
started
do that.
talking about Antimone?
Yeah, I'm hoping that Antimony can come up on panel while we're doing that. I'll just say hello to Ultimated Christian first. How are you?
I'm good. Yes, this is the YouTuber Ultimated Christian. I just have a quick message for
Hi.
either of you
Uh-huh.
is that our loving / Christian God is unlimited in size. your responses?
Say that again?
Our God is unlimited in size, did you say?
Yeah, I'll repeat my message is that our loving / Christian God is unlimited in size.
Hypothetically, he is, if he exists.
It's not a hypothetical because you have to presuppose his existence first to be mentioning about him as he is unlimited in size.
You only have to presuppose if you believe. If I choose not to believe, if I'm an atheist, then that question makes no sense.
Right.
You have to believe, in other words, you know that our Christian God exists because you are not an unlimited in size being. You are a limited in size being contingent on God because he is an unlimited in size being.
Okay, can I ask you a question?
You lost
So
me.
long it's on topic.
Well, what gave you the idea that you could come up here and decide what the topic was?
You were talking about a creator and going off the picture you've got here.
Uh-huh.
We're talking
That's
about YouTube creators.
Why do I have that picture up?
We're
Do you
talking
know?
about creators, YouTube creators, not God.
Uh-huh.
you were talking earlier.
Uh-huh.
Not yeah. So
So
and then based off the
Well,
picture
yeah,
you've
it
got here.
depends. It depends what religion that you affiliate with, that you identify with. I mean, if to me, all religions are cults.
yeah.
There's many different sectors, so it just depends, like what religion you happen to be either be born into or acquired. Uh, I don't understand.
Yeah, and
I don't understand what you're bringing up.
you brought up a presupposition, so let's just draw a circle around that presupposition. What made you presuppose that we were having a theistic debate here?
It's not a debate. I'm just telling you that our Christian God is unlimited in size. So I'm just
Okay,
merely
you're
expressing his awesomeness.
okay. Well,
Oh
I'm
yeah,
not
well
really.
yeah, God is great. I mean that I think all religions will agree that God is great.
Mhm,
Uh,
mhm.
Our Christian God is great.
Your Christian God is great if you want him to be, okay? But I'm not really interested. Okay, so I'll say goodnight. All right, that was fun.
okay, yeah,
If
just go to Merv's other video. Let's just keep moving on.
if Antimony is in here, if she's free to come up because she's spoken about on this, um, I think she's still in chat. Wasn't that random, Pink?
Yeah, yeah, it
Wow.
was just like, okay, all right.
Okay.
But going down theology in that way, I mean, I was like, no, no, not tonight.
Not tonight, Christian.
We can
Um,
skim, the topic of religion as far as comparing to what people say versus their actions who identify as Christian or whatever sector. But I don't consider that a theological discussion. It's like, do as I say, not as I do. Um, you
yeah.
know, so yeah, Antimone is in here. I believe she's still in here.
Yeah, she's gonna come
Yeah,
up
she said give
in a
her a
minute.
second. Okay, good.
What was the guy's name again? Christian something
I
Christian.
don't know. Do you know him?
No, but if you're listening, then you may have better luck if you go over to the channel we're speaking about. That's all I'll say.
Yeah.
Hey, Jules.
Well, I suppose it could have been worse, so.
It could have been, yeah. I
Yeah.
think he was expecting shock or to make a bigger impact, but it didn't quite work. But it was kind of
I
funny.
didn't even understand his I didn't even understand it. Like
He
I
was
was
trying.
waiting for him the rest of the sentence. I'm like,
Yeah. Hey, Jules. How are you, Jules?
hey, Jules.
You may
I
be on
love
mute.
Jules.
Oh,
God,
Jules.
I've learned so much from Jules.
Yeah. Yeah. Jules is my go-to for the psychological stuff.
Oh,
I
that's
love it.
Merv's friend? That guy that was up here?
Oh, is it? I'm just checking chat. Jules, if you can hear us, we can't hear you. Jules said that he's been on MRB's panel before. Well, there's a surprise.
Oh.
We're all going to hell now, guys. We're all going to hell.
Well, next time he should bring Mervs with him.
Yeah, bring Merb next time. Let her speak for
Yeah,
herself.
that's who we want to speak to. Come on.
Thanks so much, Snip. You've been great with the channel links.
I mean, I don't want to see anything bad happen to anybody, right? I just think people can do better, a lot better sometimes. And
Yeah.
how much of us hate even constructive criticism? You cringe, right? Whether it's from your employer or your partner, or nobody likes to hear it. And our first reaction is to be defensive, right? But I
Yeah,
think
I
in the
mean,
long run, most people are forgiving.
yeah, I think it's part of
I
growing
can't
up.
speak for everybody, but um, like I said, I think an apology and accountability goes a long way
Hmm.
on both sides. And, you know,
The best friends that you can have are the friends that are not scared to give you criticism. That you need to hear that because those types of
yeah,
friends have your best interests at heart. And when you mess up, you need to hear it from your friends before, it gets to your head and you make even more mistakes, right? That seems
right.
like an adult
Yeah.
thing to be aware of. But like that guy there that was just on, right? He wants to believe that certain people are going to go to hell, at the end of all this. He wants to know. He would get pleasure from thinking that certain people are going to a fiery hell. It gives him
Well, right. And
satisfaction.
and you cannot believe in God and karma at the same time. Revenge. That's God's job. That's,
Yeah.
I've mentioned this before. That's God's job to judge those who go to hell and who go to heaven. And if you're going to believe in the Bible, is against revenge. Turn the other cheek. Bless those who have hurt you. It's very hard to do. Pray for
Mm.
those who've hurt you. So if you come on live like Merv does with that mentality when she went through her religious little antic, I pray for those people, but in the next moment she's condemning them.
Yep.
You can't call yourself a Christian um, and do that.
I was just saying
And
that to myself, literally.
I
It's so
can't do
weird.
it.
No, it makes no
I
sense.
may not identify as a Christian, but just even as a person, I'm just like, I can't tell you I believe in a higher power, but yet I'm gonna treat you like crap because do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's like worshiping a false prophet. Karma is not part of religion in the sense that God is the ultimate being, the Almighty God, the power, the superpower.
The other thing that
Okay,
doesn't
a
make sense.
vengeance is mine, he says.
Right.
Not yours, not yours. So, Merv, you can't wish these things on people and identify yourself as a Christian.
And that, so someone like Brandon who has immense remorse and who is in prison for something that he is immensely I mean, I can't even like tell you how much, it's like it's huge, but that he's not redeemable, that he can't be forgiven, that he doesn't deserve to be treated like a human being. Jesus would disagree with that.
Yeah, Merv, think about that.
Yeah, right, exactly, right.
And how is it that
It's
my
true.
compassion my willingness to see him as a person. How is that bad exactly? How is that a negative thing? You know, and I don't just ask her that. I've asked that of Merv. I ask that of all of my critics. I sometimes I'm amazed at how being intelligent and compassionate got me so much hate. It
Well,
blows me away.
and Timon, wasn't it Jesus who was also persecuted?
Yes, very true. Very true.
You know?
Sometimes I just don't get that riddle though, right? Like
Yeah.
it just seems like in a lot of ways human beings are just I think that we have a chance or had a chance, I don't know if we still do, to choose to be the best that we can be as a species, or we could do the exact opposite. And I just feel like for a long time now, we're going in a direction that is going to eventually make us extinct. I'm really worried about that.
Wow.
You know, and people, it's said that, you know, people who claim, you know, they are Christians, go to church and all that. It's like standing in the garage and calling yourself Mercedes. You know, no, you're just standing in the garage.
Yeah, nicely
You
said.
know,
Yeah.
so yeah, so you know, anyway, you know, there's so many people that you know identify as a Christian, and this is why talking about religion is it brings up
Yeah.
a lot of emotions because you know people claim to be one thing yet they do another thing.
Right.
So don't claim to be something that you're not.
Yeah,
So
and just if Jules can hear us, we can't hear you, unfortunately. I don't know if there's an issue with your mic. You're definitely not muted at my end. Um, I was really looking forward to hearing what Jules has to say.
she'll
Uh,
keep trying. She eventually gets it working. This
Yeah.
happens on BBTs as well.
yeah, maybe jump out, Jules, and then jump back in. That might fix it.
I think
Um,
last time it had to do with a Bluetooth or something on
Yeah.
Yeah,
BBTs.
they're so annoying.
Yeah.
Did you hear that guy come up on panel there, Anthony?
Yeah, I did. I was like, oh, okay, interesting.
Alrighty
Turns out he's been in Carlin's chat before.
Oh, well, then there's that connection.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Well, the fact that it didn't make sense, now it makes sense.
Yeah,
knowing
no,
that
right, exactly, right.
he's a Merb follower, supporter. Of course it didn't make sense.
Connect the
He
dots.
follows Merb. Nothing makes sense over there.
Yeah, I think he was
Yeah.
hoping to be able to hammer us down with the crucifix of Christianity. Thanks so much for trying, but I'm not interested. Okay, so so as I was hinting at earlier, I want to stream a bit of Carlin's live from earlier because, as Pink was saying earlier, I think she was making some snide comments in relation to how Antimony covers true crime because it doesn't quite fit into the cartoon mold that she has.
Right. She didn't
for true
mention
crime.
Antimony's name, but you could definitely
Can y'all
it
hear
was
me
so
now?
Yes.
Yes,
Oh,
hi,
yes.
Jules.
Hey.
Okay.
Welcome.
I was talking and y'all couldn't hear me, and I felt like a small child.
We've all done it. We've all done it.
I wanted to throw myself to the floor and scream and kick my feet. Look, I wanted to say a couple things really quick, then I'm going to get out of y'all's way. So the guy that came on, you know, the Christian who's there to make us all feel ashamed of ourselves. He actually, it took me a minute to place him. I recognized the sound of his voice. He was actually in a live with Merb. I don't remember what the topic was,
I'll think about it and see if I can pull it up. But he's from Australia. It seems like he drives trucks, like 18-wheelers maybe.
Mm.
Oh,
And
dear.
I'm thinking that he's like the husband of one of the Ramblers, I think.
Oh, okay.
And yeah, and so they had a brief little exchange about how this was right after AK went on her channel and said, you know, what the hell are you doing recording me, and why am I in your stupid database?
Yeah.
And so it was not long after that. It was a couple of days after that, and he and Merb said something along the lines of, "Oh wow, that woman just went quiet, didn't she? She just, you know." And he said, "Oh, I told you she would. I told you." So apparently, you know, this is one of her warriors. I guess they're all warriors for Christ. I don't know.
Hmm.
But I would also like to say that, you know, many evil people have been put in positions of power to hurt and harm people in the name of religion.
Absolutely.
Oh,
Many.
absolutely.
You look at your television evangelist. You know, I don't care if you're an 80-year-old woman in a single room apartment and you're living on $200 a month. Send me your last $200 and God will send you $2 million. Just wait and
Right.
see. Right? So Jim
Yep.
Jones, how do you think he got all those people down in the jungle and then had them all die?
Yep.
Because he used religion. What about the Branch Davidians out in Waco that burned to the ground?
Mm.
All of that. People use religion in a way that gets them instant credibility. If you're a man of God, people will not question you. And so I'm always so skeptical of someone who walks around like Jason Mao with his you know, sign that says, "I am a crusader for Christ. Listen to me if you want to know." And this is coming from a woman who I am actually a believer. I am Christian. I'm Methodist. I do the whole stand up, sit down, chant, stand up, sit down, eat crackers and grape juice. I do the whole thing. Okay. But,
Yeah.
but I'm telling you, highly skeptical. Now he may be devout. He may be a good, kind, decent human being who has been sucked into the madness, just like a lot of people have. I'm talking about the madness of Merb. I'm not talking about God. He may be a really good man, right? He may be. He may really believe that she's being persecuted and that she's a bad, you know, that we're the bad people harming her. And I mean, she convinced very good people that I was a horrible person. She convinced very good people that BBT was a horrible person. So he could be a really good guy who just hasn't gotten to see the real Merb.
Right.
So I'm going to get out of the way.
Thanks so much
You're
for
not
that,
out
Jill.
of, you're not in the way.
Good point.
You're not in the way at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, stay as long
Yeah.
as you'd like to.
Stay.
I mean,
Okay.
it's like as you were describing that, it's like the ultimate form of the idea that thoughts can be like viruses or ideologies can be like viruses, you know?
Yeah, absolutely.
Religion is offering the one thing to people that no other idea can offer, and that is the
Yes.
afterlife.
Yeah,
Escape from damnation, right?
that's exactly right.
And escape from the repercussions of sins. It's the ultimate.
Absolutely.
Right, exactly. I was thinking about that same, yeah.
But just ask yourself the question. Let's just hypothetically say that he is a righteous person and he is coming from what he believes is a good place, right? And he's very religious and he respects his religion in the right way. He couldn't even, as a human being, just be polite enough to come on a panel as a guest that he's never been on before and just have manners, right? If he wanted to make a certain point in a polite way, I would have let him do it. But
Absolutely.
he came on in a rather rude way, right? Making proclamations.
It was
in a rather
it was
aggressive way.
actually fairly aggressive.
It
Yes.
was. Yeah. It didn't work for him, right? I didn't take his bait.
And if you scroll back through the chat, you'll see in the beginning, this was before I realized who he was. I said, "Oh, great, another narcissistic something," because he was wielding that whole Christian thing like it was power, right?
Yeah. Like
Like
a hammer.
Yes, yeah. If he really was a friend of Merb and he really wanted to open a dialogue, then he would have just come up and said, "Hey, I'm a friend of Merb's. Let's have a conversation."
Right.
There's nothing that any of us here have said that's hateful, right? I don't think any of us
No.
are taking pleasure in pointing out honest perceptions of her behavior. That's all we're doing.
Well,
You know?
can I just say this?
Go for it.
I was hurt in a big way, and BBT was hurt in a big way, and nobody believed us that we were telling the truth. No one believed us, and you can look on my social blade and see the absolute shocking loss of subscribers.
Yeah.
And there was nothing to be said, and there was no way to undo it. I mean, and I think I think that whole incident with me and BBT and how people believed her, and she was telling blatant bald-faced lies, I think that empowered what we're seeing today. I think that's when her audacity grew and she became so, blatant in the lies that she's telling. Yeah. So I'm going to own it. Yeah, I said some pretty bad things about her. I have. I'm going to own it. I don't wish her harm. I certainly do not, under any circumstances, wish her harm. But one thing, she hurt me, and I had to work really hard to ignore her and her ramblers. And I felt horrible for BBT, and we made friends. And even when we made friends, she was still screeching and screaming about, "Oh, you think BBT is your friend? Let me tell you what she used to say."
Oh,
so
yeah, right.
Childish. It was so childish. And with what I think about now, and what I really was hit with yesterday with the whole dog, breakdown, her to be in her channel is so traumatizing. It's always something. There's always something happening that she's freaking out, or she's being rude and offensive to her husband. She's shaming him publicly in front of the world, and that's uncomfortable. It's traumatizing, right? It's painful to be there and watch what she's doing to all those people that really believe in her. Yeah. It's painful to watch it.
It is.
So
and she criticized them yesterday by saying, and if you people believe anything that they say, meaning us, then you can get out, because I'd rather have one friend than 1,000. I mean, these are people who support her.
Yep.
And they, I don't understand why they tolerate it.
It's like she's just... Sorry.
Well, some haven't. Many have left, but...
just one thing, Rabid, and then I'm going to be quiet. When she was saying that if you believe those people, blah blah blah, I'm going to tell you, Pink, I don't think she was talking about us. I think she was talking about Lisa D and Davita and Moo of Two. That's who she was talking about. They're the one when those text messages dropped in Hell to the No. It all came undone.
Oh, yeah.
They're telling what was going on in Slack and in the mod chats, and it was a shit show. I think those bastards, those liars, I don't think it was about us. I think it was about those that abandoned Lisa D, that said, "We're out of here. We can't do this anymore."
You may be right.
I think she was in a panic to control the narrative. And if they're all, mourning the loss of the little dog, if they're all focused on the death of the little dog, if we're watching the breakdown of the family again because of the poor, little dog, then you would be an absolute evil, horrible human being to bring up, oh yeah, about that Lisa D thing. You see what I mean?
Distraction.
Yeah.
There seems to have been a
absolutely.
pattern of that kind of thing,
I
even
agree.
if it's been on a lower scale, like the
Mhm.
time that there was about to be a lot of stuff coming out from, I think it was YouTubers, and then lo and behold, she's in hospital.
COVID.
Right.
Remember,
Pictures are all over.
remember COVID?
Yeah.
Let me make another phone call. I'm in the hospital with COVID. I was like, really? You got you got pneumonia and you're laughing like that with no coughing? Like, why aren't you coughing? That's really odd.
Yeah. And her also casual thumbnail picture, they just happened to have her hand right in front of the lens with all her attachments. That was such a natural selfie there. We all believed that, didn't we? It's look at my hand. Look at what I'm going through.
Yes, I have a needle in my hand, or at least I've got a piece of tape on my hand.
Huh.
And she probably did have an IV. I'm not saying she didn't. I was making a joke.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
Antimony, have you had a chance to watch this live
I did,
from
yeah.
her?
I
You
did.
have?
Believe me, it's pretty tame compared to what I'm used to.
Okay.
But
Well,
it was still a dig, and she was completely fabricating things.
But
She's,
it's like
there's
she
a
finds
general,
enjoyment in tearing off the scab, you know?
yeah. There's a general narrative about me that, in essence, I bash victims and I support murderers, and that's okay. That's
Right.
like a first grade interpretation of what I don't even do. And it's just it's tiresome. It's like I just but there are people who actually believe that, and it's just it's so pathetic at this point.
And for anyone that's not aware, you obviously covered the what's is it Devons is the
Yeah, Bianca Devon's
Bianca
case.
Devons.
And I write to Brandon, who is the offender
Mhm.
in that case. Yes, I've known him for about 3 years already.
Yeah.
And the anniversary is coming up. That's next Sunday of the murder.
And you're venturing to try and understand what happened here and what has gone on with this guy that was the outcome, right? That's
Yes, I
your
do understand. I
yeah.
understand everything that happened.
Yeah.
The problem is that it is not part of the narrative in the media
Yeah.
whatsoever.
Got you. Okay.
Yeah.
And you went on to her panel in the past to try and broach that point, right?
Yes, in May 2021, so just over a year ago.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
you were treated rather badly. I think that's
Oh, it
obvious
was
to say.
It was
amazing. It
bad.
was like burn the witch at the stake moment.
Yeah.
And I was basically, I mean, I took myself off panel because I could tell that, even though I could tell that Carolyn was not pleased with anything that I was saying, well, because of that, I was like, well, this is her channel. I think it would be graceful for me to depart at this point.
Yeah.
And I did, and I mean, the fallout after that, she made like at least 2-3 videos about me after that. We watched the one where Lisa D picked me apart, which that was definitely difficult to watch. But I'm glad I watched it, so I knew what was out there. I didn't watch it until, what was it, 2 weeks ago?
Yeah. On BBTs, I think, right?
But
Yeah.
you know what, Antimony? It was very shallow and it was very concrete and it didn't seem to have any kind of meaning. So it was just it was just a way
vengeful. It was yeah.
It was a way for them to say you're the monsters and we're
Yes.
the angels. It's
Yes.
splitting at its finest. Black
Yes.
and white, there can't be anything in between, right?
Right. Right.
So intelligent people, they're not listening to all that. They understand why you were interested in talking to that guy and trying to understand the reality of the
course.
crime.
Mm-hmm.
Of
Yeah.
course.
And like Antimony said in the live that we did on Chris Watts, it almost feels like you've continually got to make a disclaimer if you're saying anything
Oh
that's
my
sort of,
God. Yeah. Yep.
you know, if you
Yep.
have an opinion or any kind of analysis that's slightly off the safe center ground in true crime, you have to kind of, you feel like you always have to make that disclaimer that, you know, if I'm suggesting that there's perhaps, for instance, autistic traits here, I'm not saying that every autistic person is obviously going to grow up to have such
Exactly.
problems.
Right.
Things like that, you know.
Right.
Well, part of the problem for me is that the Bianca's family would come into my chats and they would harass me, and they would basically put words in my mouth that I wasn't saying and twist everything around that I said, and that was a lot more stressful and difficult than just anyone coming into my channel and disagreeing with me.
Yeah,
So that's one reason that I've gotten very hypersensitive to that, and
understandable.
yeah.
So that's the context that is useful for people to know here
Yeah,
before
exactly.
before listening to this. And it's just it's the same old Carlin. She's done this so many times. She kind of, I love the way as well that she thinks she's getting a win by not saying someone's name. Like when she
Yeah,
went
what's up with
after,
that? When she
it's
doesn't want to give me any views.
that's what it is. Yeah, like she wants to put you down, but she doesn't want to give you any accidental coverage,
But see, for
right?
me, I would be like, the omission of information gets me curious when people do that. I'm like, oh, I got to find out who that is.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
the opposite.
yeah. She wants to both put you down and isolate you at the same time. It's a really
Yes,
conniving
that's what
tactic.
bullying is.
Yeah,
Yep.
and she did it with BPT continually. Like she would
Mm-hmm.
just say the initials, or with Jules, like she would just
Oh,
give
right.
your initials, Jules, right? She wouldn't want to give you your name because she didn't want people going over to your channel, right?
That's so
But
silly.
but then I became Karen,
Right.
Karen,
Right.
the alleged psychologist Karen.
Oh,
Yeah.
I've been called the creature on
Oh,
other YouTube channels.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's because they want you to be that, right? That they need you to be that for their narrative to fit, but it just
for
happens to not be true.
It's
and
a
for
label.
them
It's a
to be
label. Yeah.
superior. If they're
Right.
going to be superior,
It's
then don't
amusing.
they have to have people beneath their feet?
Exactly. All right, so let's get into this.
Yes.
I think this might be she might be doing her religious
Oh, I know. Right before
yeah.
that. Ironic.
Damage control.
He would, whenever I would see the butterflies, and I've told this story before, but whenever I would see the butterflies, I would say, that's my mother. And I would notice that those butterflies would encircle my little toddlers, okay? Ethan and Luke, when they were little toddlers playing, these swallowtail butterflies, two of them would encircle them. And so my little kids grew up to me saying that. So one day, Luke is like 4 years old, and he comes running to me on the deck. I was on the deck watering plants or something. And he comes running up to me. And he goes, Mommy, I just saw your mother in the garden. I said, you saw my mother in the garden? He goes, yes, Mom, the butterfly. Yes, Mommy, the butterfly. See, and it was like, I couldn't believe it, but because he came running, I just saw your mother in the garden. I just saw your mother in the garden. It was so sweet. But so when yesterday,
Saying something on the face of it that sounds rather sweet and nice, but just notice how close she is to having something on her mind rather poisonous. That's something to
Mhm.
observe, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I not only saw a white butterfly, and you know the white butterfly and the significance was Joan D'Alessandro, but I saw a white butterfly.
Those are
down-
moths,
Where did I see the
by
white
the way.
butterfly?
Just saying. No, they are. They're moths.
Lake. You hear the birds there? You hear those
They're not
birds?
butterflies.
Sounds like a flock of something. I saw those. I saw that one, or it was off the back deck. I saw it. I've seen two white butterflies in recent days. One was off the back deck, and one was either right here off the water right here, or it was off my front porch. And then the other thing that I saw was as I got to the bottom of my driveway, a swallowtail butterfly, and it followed me. It kept following me, and I know it was a sign that Lucy's okay, and Lucy's with family and all that stuff. So, I'll take that from.
Well, unfortunately, no matter how much you loved Lucy, you desecrated her memory with what you actually did,
Yes.
whether you know it or not.
Oh. I can't get that image out of my head.
I'm so glad I didn't see it.
I can't.
Yeah.
It was so disrespectful to that dog.
Yeah. I need to make sure I pause it now and again, right? Because I guarantee she'll try and strike this.
I'm sorry, this coffee is just
It's coming. It's coming soon.
horrendous here.
Revving up.
And I'll take those signs. Does that mean we never doubt anything? I
Mm-mm.
doubt things all the time. God says it's even okay to have doubts, A skeptic.
That's right, Kathy.
From New York. Sandy says, I want neon signs, and even when I'm given neon signs, I still say, well, but in my heart, I know there are some things that could never be explained as coincidence. There are never things that can be explained as just, and it's the people that God puts in our lives too. It's everything. It's this community. It's why this community was built. It's because how much it helps people, how much it helps me. It's because of the people that have this community has brought me together with, like Rosemary D'Alessandro, John D'Alessandro, Sandra Rusak, the whole, all of the Rusaks, Kim Devon.
Yeah, your trophies.
Yeah.
And you've kind of proven how little your community actually does mean to you, when they leave and
Go
What
back.
about, all my subscribers? All my subscribers mean everything to me. I don't idolize, or separate one subscriber from the other,
Go back like Rabid Dog. Go back like because she was just mentioning Kim. So just go back like to like 5 seconds.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Where she starts listing.
Because how much it helps people, how much it helps me. It's because of the people that have this community has brought me together with, like Rosemary D'Alessandro, John D'Alessandro, Sandra Rusak, the whole, all of the Rusaks, Kim Devons, everyone who has shared
Kim Devons.
horrendous loss.
Oh.
And Kim Devons is now getting attacked. She was getting attacked before, but her daughter is getting. You know the whole story. There's YouTube creators that just want to connect with these killers in prison, and then champion for them while assassinating the character of the victims.
Champion.
That never happened. That never happened.
Nope, never happened.
She never assassinated the characters of Bianca's family.
Thank you for that.
Never. I've seen the videos. I saw the interview when the family members, the sisters, were on Antimone's channel. That never happened. That's a lie.
How spiteful! It just
A
illustrates.
lie.
It just illustrates how her mind works. She's said that. She's had that kind of sitting in her mind there for a few minutes while she's prophesizing these, you know, kind words, or, you know,
But you know what
should
also
be
really
reflected.
sucks is that that's pretty much what everybody, the general consensus, thinks about
Really?
me. Yes, and that is what Bianca's family believes about me.
And it's putting your life in danger basically because
And
you
they
don't know
doxed me.
you don't spread lies. Look what happened, and I'll refer to it again, the Salem witch trials. That all started by gossip.
Exactly.
2 girls gossiping.
Yep. 2 little girls.
And look what happened.
Yep.
Look what happened. That was gossip.
Mm-hmm.
Gossip.
I honestly think that the kind of people, right, that are scared to actually acknowledge that perpetrators are part of the same race, they're also human beings,
Right.
they shouldn't be in true crime, you know?
No, it doesn't make
It's
sense.
it does not make sense. And you have to ask yourself, why are they involved in true crime, right? If they have, like I say, such a simple binary cartoon view
Well, I
of true
think
crime.
because they feel that they want to support victims, and I'm all for that. But the problem comes when all of a sudden the victim can do no wrong, and they're not human either. Both the perpetrator and the victim are being objectified.
Yeah.
They're one dimensional, and that's not right either.
It's not. See, when you really distill it down, right, it's actually quite selfish because I think what a lot of
Yes.
these kind of people are doing is they're trying to steal some of their martyrdom for themselves. They want to attach themselves,
I agree.
you know,
I
and
agree.
If
They have their own
something,
agenda and they project it onto the case, and that's not true crime.
look at it this way, if something ever, which I hope will never ever happen, but say some crazy lunatic went after Aunt Timon, okay, in her real life, and something happened to her, Merv would be an accomplice. People tend to forget that there's such thing as internet law that goes beyond slander and defamation. That there's actually people committing crimes and they don't even know it on the internet
Oh, I know.
by just using their words.
Right. Right.
So, they kind of forget where they are because it's the internet and the laws are just out there in the real world, right?
Yeah, that's a good
There's
point.
internet law. So if anything were to happen to Aunt Timon, because of this, because of the slander and the gossip and the untruths, Merv would certainly be questioned. She would certainly be questioned because they would investigate and say, where did this start? Where did this come from? And everyone will be a suspect over there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's real shit here. It's, on the internet. It's not a joke. It's not something just to start these rumors.
Mm-hmm.
And for
Go
such
ahead.
a,
I just had to say that.
you're so right, yeah, and it's for such a crappy reason. She just wants to steal the virtue of these angelic victims. That's like Antimony said. It's a projection of something that they're lacking themselves that they're putting onto a case.
Right.
That's
And I also feel that she doesn't care about Kim. She doesn't care about Bianca. She doesn't give a shit. And she cares about she took the case out of my channel for her own gain. And I actually told I was very good friends with a close friend of Kim's for about a year. And I texted her and I said, you need to know that this is not, Kim needs to watch herself. I didn't care that Kim wasn't talking to me at that point. I was concerned. And I said, you need to tell Kim to just kind of watch herself around her because, Mommy Ramblings doesn't care about Kim and she doesn't care about Bianca.
Yeah.
At the very most, facade.
At the very most, she's another potential trophy, like the way Sandy.
Yeah, right. Oh, the Russo, Sandy Russo. Oh my God.
They are trophies. I agree. It's exploitation.
Yeah, it is. It's very exploitative.
Do you remember?
Yeah.
You remember how she brought Frank Ruchek up on her channel?
Oh my
so
God.
that she could go through the script.
Yeah.
Do y'all remember the script?
That was so unbelievable.
Yep.
The man was traumatized. Sandy was
That was
crying in the
unreal.
background. For what purpose? What good did it do? Nothing.
Yeah.
But it got her views and it got her money.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I would love to see one time, if you think what you're doing is right, shut your monetization off in your super chats and show some integrity. I would just like to see her do it once if she's going to bring, these people up and do that to them.
Pink, that
What?
video that had little Lucy on it, she monetized that video.
Oh my God.
That video was monetized with that poor dead puppy.
God.
Yes,
How
ma'am.
can you tell if it's monetized when you see a commercial?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And not just the commercials at the beginning. There was a couple of places at the end that cut off to commercials.
Wow.
My husband, I looked at my
Wow.
husband and I said, "This is obscene."
Mm.
And you can, as a creator, you can go into your settings and shut monetization off.
Absolute. Well, actually, with mine, I don't know how everybody else is, but with mine, I have to go in and tell a video to be monetized. If I
Yeah.
don't, it's going to be unmonetized. Is that how yours is, Rabid?
Yeah.
Sometimes mine is like that. It's off automatically, but sometimes it's not. It's weird. Goes back and forth.
I believe that she went in and turned the monetization on. Unless there's a setting somewhere that
But
I don't know about.
I have limited ads based on talking about Merv's little Lucy being killed video.
Yeah, yeah.
Deemed not appropriate.
I hope that video was
anyway,
cool.
Running like commercials all throughout the video. Like, go figure.
I think so. There was the video, there was the commercial in the beginning, and I believe I was trying to remember where it cut off to the other commercial, because when it cut off to the other commercial in the middle of the video, I said, "Damn, this is a monetized video." Like, what part was it that cut off? I believe it cut to a commercial right before she stomped through the house. Is that when it was? It was a dog food.
Unbelievable.
The dog food commercial. Yeah.
Bill remembers it. Is that what it was? Wow. That is. Anyway, he did it. Be quiet.
This is weird. Every time if I click on a video of hers, I get a toilet bowl commercial. I don't know why, but just saying, I do. It's kind of hilarious.
Even YouTube is aware.
Yeah. Anyway, I was horrified that it was monetized.
That's messed up.
Yeah.
Just to highlight BBT's point here,
Yes.
BBT has BBT has a video that shows she was streaming. I think the first time that you were on her channel, Antimony, going over the case, right? And it just shows how she had absolutely no idea about the case, knew nothing about the case at all, right? She showed so little interest.
Did she? So she never covered that case, huh?
I think she did one little blurb in the beginning.
Hello.
I had been in the community for 2 months by the time I was on panel, actually.
Yeah, that's a point worth keeping in mind here when you hear this. Or attempt at virtue here.
Creators that just want to connect with these killers in prison and then champion for them while assassinating the character of the victims. And it's so horrendous, and it should definitely not be permitted. And if any of these people that are doing it were in a situation like that, I guarantee you they'd be the ones that would be screaming for the injustice.
She just says things that are not true.
Prove it.
God.
Can't, because it didn't happen. Unbelievable.
Just think of the potential repercussions of what this woman is actually saying, right? What she's in effect saying is that anyone
Assassinating. She likes that word,
does,
assassination.
she does.
She uses
That
it a lot.
in effect, what she's saying that anyone that doesn't just champion the victim and call all the perpetrators monsters and leave it at that should be deplatformed. They should not, to use her words, they should not be permitted, right?
Right. Right.
That's the kind of deplatforming that people
Yeah.
like her would like to see happen.
And
Right.
she believes that she is the moral authority to determine who should have a platform and who should not.
Yeah, and she's
She
saying that a day after she publicly
Right.
showed
Right.
her dead pet,
The
right?
irony.
The
yeah,
irony.
well, you know what? The show that she put on with all her sky screaming and all her loss of control, I can't get your orders out. I just can't. I can't stand it. I'm just going to get in my car. I'm just going to go. After all of that, it's less than 3 hours. She's back live again.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah.
And then the
Yeah.
next day, she's back to,
Yep.
oh, we're going to
Crafting.
do a little painting today.
Yep.
Don't mind my paint that looks like blood running off of the canvas. And I'm thinking, what are you doing? So no, it's all theater. It's all theatrical. It's all
Yes.
designed to manipulate the Ramblers. And it makes me angry that they're affected by her emotionally. And so they don't know, you know, she knows what she's doing. She's calculating.
She does. She definitely
She knows what
does.
she's doing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
She's very much in control.
Yeah. Yeah.
She's the puppet.
Very
master.
much in control in a matter of hours, like Joe says, after that video to go back live. And back on the saddle, so to speak, you know?
She's
So
like a
quickly.
puppet master. She has the strings. She's
IGD.
very good at it.
And laws will change because people are going to get hurt. And unfortunately, that's the way it works in this society. People have to be hurt. We know, I hope that Doug in Northport is healing. I know that he was hurt very badly by a YouTuber. And that YouTuber now is going to be, you know, serving a good prison term. And as
It's quite
Can somebody
noticeable.
brief me on that? I'm not sure what's going. I may have heard about it, but who?
I don't know
who
who
it is.
Doug is. Yeah, keep going. I have no idea.
But notice that she's putting that in the same paragraph as mentioning you.
Yeah,
Right.
it's a little just strange.
Yeah.
it should be.
So
as it should
conniving.
be.
Yeah, it is.
And people that lie and slander
Like
and
you.
try to
Like you, yeah.
ruin people's businesses with false
Yep. Like
reports,
you?
all that stuff. That's got to be, you know, as they call going real life on YouTube. That's what they call going real life.
Like you.
Like
Yeah.
you?
Go in real life? Really, Merb?
Jeez.
Really, Merb? Go in real life?
Sending the FBI to someone's house? Okay.
If you only knew about the real life that she goes, and she just said, sitting there, she said something about going after people's businesses. Didn't you show a live? I think it was Pink. Didn't you guys show a live where she had Moo of Two and Nana Patty, and they're strategizing on how they're going to respond to Natasha? I think, or
Right.
hell, it could have been me.
That must have
And they
been
were saying that
BBT.
there was no review on Yelp, so they would put a fake review on Yelp for the real life business, and then
Right.
slander the business owner. And I don't know if it was supposed to be against me or if it was supposed to be against Natasha or any of the other 100 people that don't live up to her rules in life. Do you remember?
Yeah.
That was on Hell to the Nose channel, I think. That clip.
Yeah.
And I noticed that a couple of the moderators that have left that were a part of that stream were trying to say it was a joke. It was not a joke.
No, it
They
was
were
not a joke.
Nana Patty did a live
Yeah,
and
no,
said it was a joke. There's no animosity toward Carolyn. Blah 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 blah. I don't want to talk about Carolyn.
That was
I
not
just
a
want to do
joke.
crafts.
trying to do
Yeah,
drama.
no, it wasn't.
That was
Yeah.
not a
No.
joke, and I
Damage
was
control.
Absolutely not.
disgusted.
Fair enough.
Absolutely
They got
disgusted.
caught. They got caught.
They
That's
got
what
caught,
happened.
yeah.
They got caught.
And fair enough if they didn't realize that they were going to be live, but that's not the point. That was
And
their.
I'm going to use the word sociopath, okay? I'm going to use that with intention, that to actually sit calmly with a group of people and plot out how you're going to destroy another person's livelihood. You're going to go after the business that they have worked hard to build up, and you're going to do that by putting a fake business account on Yelp that you can then turn around and put up absolute bald-faced lies, slanderous stories about a business that you actually had no contact with. That is
Who even
the
thinks
epitome
like
of
that?
sociopathy.
Who even thinks like that? Like, I couldn't even think of that if I were to say I'm going to just joke about it.
Exactly.
That's intent. That's
Oh my God,
intent to
it was
harm.
intent and it was malice. There was malice in that plan.
Yeah.
Doesn't get more real
God.
life than that, really, does it, Merb?
It doesn't. And you know, whoever put that up, thank you, because I
Hell
brought
to
it
the
down
no
and
good.
sent it forward to who needed to see it, if you know what I mean.
And there was someone that they were on a mission to try and get at Natasha. And Natasha had someone that was on panel a lot, and they thought that they had got some gold information on this guy, you know, from his past, and it turned out they got the wrong person, and it looks like, going by what newstubers put out there, that they were still willing to maybe go ahead with it even when they knew it wasn't him.
Yeah, wasn't it something horrible? I mean, like truly horrible, like
Something that could really endanger someone's
CP.
private life.
Yeah. God Almighty! It's just to realize the extent of how far that group has gone, and then you listen to this video that you have up today, Rabid. It is horrifying that she speaks like that and talks like that, and Sandra Ruchek is sitting there listening to her, believing her. And then you look back at that video where they accused an innocent man of CP, and they said that they were going to put up a fake Yelp account so everybody could tell lies about how bad the business was.
That's criminal. That is criminal.
It is criminal. It's called slander. It is criminal. It's exactly what Johnny Depp just won a $15 million judgment against Amber Heard for. It's exactly the same thing. And Sandra Ruchek is bought into Merb's lies, hook, line, and sinker.
Yeah.
And it's sickening. And you know, shame on
you.
Shame on the people following those channels where they're saying that, you know, family members participated or were paid off or bribed or whatever. You know, really, shame on the people watching.
You watched, Merb. You watched.
For doing that without a shred of proof. That's the whole thing. People that believe.
Where's your proof? Where's your proof, Merb? You never have it.
In our book club. That YouTuber, yes. Do you know how Doug in Northport is doing, Rosalita? Where's our You know, I hope he's doing.
If anyone knows what she's talking about here, what case this is, this Doug guy in chat, if you can let us
wasn't
know.
wasn't MGL talking about that?
I haven't watched Molly in over 2 years. I have no idea. I don't watch her. She doesn't
I
even
don't
come up in
know.
my recommendations anymore. Thank God.
I don't know what. There's been a lot of videos made about it. I'm just looking through my.
Okay, because that's a really scary thing. And people will also be able to be prosecuted if they are inciting hate. So whoever is inciting hate against Doug, if there are channels, and I don't know enough about Doug, but if there are channels that are inciting hate against Doug, that can be shown to have an influence because that's against terms of service.
Oh boy.
Okay.
You
But
are
anyway,
dangerous.
Good grief.
Has something to do with the
You want to
Petito
go
case?
now?
Something to do with what, Anthony?
Possibly from the Petito case about something to do with.
Oh, okay.
There's a
Yeah,
lot of stuff on about it.
and I want to know what Merb is defining as hate there. You know,
Yeah.
might not quite fit into everyone's category or definition.
She's the epitome of breaking TOS.
She doxed me. She doxed my husband in the same video, gave my profession, that it was a licensed profession, and the state that I lived in.
Wow.
I'm talking
Wow.
about she used my first
That's
and my
dangerous.
last name. She
That's
used my
dangerous.
husband's first and last name, where we lived, what my profession was, and the fact that I was a licensed professional. She did that in one video, and in between the, "You're such a child, Karen. You sound like an idiot, Karen, over there
Is
with
that
your little
video?
song
Is that
sound."
video still up?
Sure. Yeah, but I struck her, and so
Good.
she had to go in and take out those parts with my name and my husband's name in it.
When was that, Jules? How long ago?
Well, it was around Christmas because she was cooking cookies or something.
Yeah.
And the way that you know that which video it is because the original video, I believe the towel that was laying over the dough that was rising, I believe the towel was like a kind of like a beige color, but then she replaced it like with a red, or no, maybe it was originally a red towel and it got replaced with like a yellow. But by the time I struck it, I was furious, obviously, and so then I went in and I struck them after I was able to listen to the whole thing. And Timony, I was nauseated listening to her and the hate that was dripping off of her tongue. I was nauseated to listen to how deep her hate runs for me. It was incredible. And so I understand when talking about listening to Lisa D, it does hurt whether you don't respect them or not. It's a very strange thing to sit and hear someone telling a bald-faced lie about you, misrepresenting your actions.
Yeah.
It is very upsetting. So I know.
Yep.
That she's hurt a lot of people. She's hurt a lot of people. She has.
And I still don't really understand what originated what you describe about her, like why she felt that way towards you. I can't think of any other reason other than jealousy.
Rabid,
That's what I was gonna
it
say.
seemed like she was going, from what I understand, I could be wrong, but that she was going after true crime creators. It wasn't just Jules, but everyone she went after, most of them had a true crime channel.
That's interesting.
What I was told at one point.
Yeah, but
or people were affiliated with true crime channels and not her channel.
She was particularly vindictive though towards Jules, I think. But yeah,
I
you're
don't know if
right.
she ever went after Gray Hughes. Like I
No,
said,
no,
it
no.
was
No.
I think they were aligned.
Hmm. I think, do you, what's that, the channel by Linda that really blew up really quickly? It's a crime or something.
10
What's
to
that channel?
life. Oh, it's a
No.
crime. It's a crime.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think that's what it's called. Did she didn't like her for a long time?
She hated Linda. Said that It's a Crime was an embarrassment to the true crime community.
Yeah,
Isn't she a large channel?
She's a
absolutely.
huge channel. She's a great creator.
Yeah.
That's what annoyed her so much, Pink, because Linda from It's a Crime is a really great presenter. She's really savvy with her presentation, which is everything that Merb isn't. And I think that was
Right.
why she was so envious of her, you know?
Yeah, she doesn't read what someone else wrote, and she has a personality.
Exactly.
There you
Um,
go.
great work by Hybrid Pisces here. So she's talking about. So this is Doug in Northport was a YouTuber who was brutally attacked by another YouTuber and ended up in a coma.
Oh wow.
He became popular during the Gabby Petito case.
Okay.
Okay, interesting.
Oh man. Wow. That's
But
messed
see,
up.
it takes somebody like Merb to incite hate against another channel creator
Mm-hmm.
that opens up a pathway
Mm-hmm.
for anybody to attack a creator and harm them.
Mhm.
And that's exactly when Merv does that. She's basically giving permission for someone to harm another creator.
And
She's
you know,
opening up that door.
and thank God now she can't get
Very
away with it.
dangerous.
She can't get away with it anymore, though, Pink. The way that she got away with
Why?
it with BBT, and that's what is so sad to look back on, is that she succeeded with BBT for such a long time.
Mm.
She
But she's
successfully
still,
isolated her.
she didn't get away with it. She's still doing it. She's
Well, what I mean is,
still opening
No,
up
no, no.
that door.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, you mean when the FBI came to BBT's house?
Mm.
No. So
I
what?
mean,
Yeah. Go ahead, Robin.
yeah, I just mean that people were not believing her anymore, because back then
Oh,
she
oh,
succeeded in getting people to believe
I
that BBT was
understand.
a certain
Okay.
person, right? But
Right.
she can't get away with that now so much because she's kind of
I
outed.
see.
We all
Right.
So
know.
Right.
so
Mm.
You're right.
so
Yes.
she got BBT first, right? That was in the beginning, and I was just brand new channel. In fact, I was sending my subscribers over to listen to Merb, and so all this big blow up about BBT, and I was like everybody else, I believed it. Like I just
Mhm.
heard these stories and I thought, wow, it must be crazy. Well, BBT started coming into my channel, and I'm not gonna, oh, get out of here. I heard about you. Of course I'm
Yeah,
not gonna
really.
do that. And so several times she came up on panel, and I was like, what is she talking about? BBT is amazing. She's a funny,
Yep.
character. She is intelligent. She's rational. Like, what is this crazy storyline that they've got going on? And so more and more BBT was coming in. There were some others that were in BBT's channel that were coming in.
Yeah.
And so Carolyn makes this video, and she's saying, oh, well, you know who the two new besties are, BBT and Jules. But Jules, it just shows how stupid she is. She's just stupid, because if she really knew what BBT thought of her, I have the recordings. She should hear what BBT used to say about her. BBT said she couldn't stand to hear Jules' voice. I mean, it was like listening to like a 12-year-old. It was
Yeah.
pretty obscene. And
Look
so
what
when
she did to Robbie, though. I mean, look at remember when Robbie went out to the Watts house
but
and went live on her channel, and then look what she did to
Yeah.
him after that.
Yeah.
But this thing with BBT was so different. It was like,
Mm.
so after that, I stood up and I said that I was proud BBT was my friend. I made her a mod, and I said, this is bullshit. I didn't say it out loud, but I said to Bill, I said, I may end up with 1 subscriber. It may just be me and BBT against the world, but that's okay with me because what they're doing to BBT is just obscene and awful. They would follow her, Pink. It wouldn't matter. She was going from channel to channel, trying to just find a community, right? Just getting away from Merb, getting away from all the people associated with Merb, just going. And I would see in the middle of the night, and I'd see BBT start talking. And I mean, within minutes, there would be 5, 10, 15 people saying the most horrible things in the chat.
Yeah.
And they would be saying it on panel, and she would be run out of the channel. She'd be immediately blocked. They were in the process of literally ostracizing her. And I remember when I began to see it and I began to realize it, I had the thought, I said, my God, do they have like 3, 4, 5 people in every single channel? Like, are these people in there just watching what's going on? And then 3 years later, we get Scooter, who's recording, alive, saying, nobody, once they know I'm recording, nobody's going to say anything. They'll all leave the channel. So what they're doing is like organized crime kind of bull.
Right. I was just gonna say that. I was just gonna say that. Yes.
So interesting. Yeah.
But make no mistake about it. BBT suffered the most egregious level of bullying and gang stalking that I have ever seen. Ever.
You're right. Yeah.
Ever. No, what they did to her was, it makes me nauseated to think about it. Yeah. And they went after Robbie. They went after Hello Starlight. And I said in my channel, I said, I was watching Hello Starlight that night in Ross Dog. I saw her. And yes, the people on the panel were talking about Merb, but Hello Starlight actually said, no, really, y'all, she's okay. She really only covers true crime. I sit and listen, or I lay and listen to her when I'm falling asleep at night. She literally tried to tell Ross Dog Network they were wrong about Merb, literally. And boy, the crap that came out of Merb's mouth was so incorrect for what the facts were. She just invents things. Like she takes an occurrence and she just turns it into something that has no relationship with what really happened. But it's all highly manipulative of her ramblers.
And she wouldn't, like, you remember back then that Diane gave her such a platform, Jules, you remember, yeah?
I do, and they manipulated BBT that night. I think they had her sound turned down on purpose. I think it was a game, and I know we've all said our apologies. I'm not saying, but that night, it was not fair what happened to her. It was not fair.
It wasn't fair. It wasn't fair because everyone in chat was believing Merb's narrative, definitely. But I think
and Merb didn't even take a link. She didn't even take a link on Diane's, and look how powerful it still was.
But she put Jimmy. She made Jimmy go up online. You know what, Bill? Do you know what my husband would say to me if I said, "Bill, there's people being mean to me on YouTube. Could you please go up and defend my honor?"
Right.
He'd say, "Get your damn shoes on," and I'd be like, "Why?" He'd say, "Because we're going to the damn hospital room. What's wrong with you? Get in the damn truck."
Well, just show them some of your intermittent explosive anger episodes.
I'll put the link in there for BBT if you want to jump up.
BBT, I couldn't text you because it would knock me off. I got your text. I was going to say, just go ahead with your live if people are waiting.
I agree, Glamis girl.
I didn't know you were.
Oh, is BBT
live.
Is she scheduled to go live? Is she?
I wasn't aware. This was like at 10 o'clock, 10:30. I wasn't aware that she was planning a live.
Oh, I feel bad now.
How are you feeling, BBT?
She should be up shortly.
Was she illin?
She's lost her voice. No, I'm kidding.
Oh.
Yeah, she's been sick. She had like congestion and
Hello, Snoop.
Sorry,
Hey,
BBT.
You can tell Snoop Hanks.
hey, Snoop. How are you?
BBT.
Hello.
Snoop.
Oh,
Hello.
there she is.
Thank you, Jules. That was very nice of you. You could continue. Don't stop.
The check's in
Carry
the mail
on.
tomorrow.
Carry on. Yeah. Did you get my PayPal? No,
Well,
that's very
tell
nice.
me, BBT, is that
What?
not true? They were doing
It
to
was
you.
very true. And you know what's sad is that like I haven't even given, like, I have shit that nobody's heard. Nobody's heard. Like Jules hasn't heard. Like that I can't even get myself. That I don't think, like, the shit about Molly Golightly, I don't think I could publicize. That's what's made me not. I can't do that to somebody. And she had no problem. And she didn't even
Because
know
it would hurt. Because it would hurt Molly, right?
No, yeah, absolutely. Yes.
Right.
It's horrible. And you too. I have shit that she said about you that I could never release it because she, like, all your personal. Remember, she used to, Jules, listen to you in the background and then comment on it on my voicemail.
You can hear it. I was
Yep.
horrified.
Yes.
I
And
was
she
horrified.
lied. Remember, she lied, Jules, and said that I was recording her. And then Bill was the one that was saying, well, if BBT recorded her, then how does Carolyn have a copy? Like, how does Carolyn have it? You know, which was true. Right.
Exactly. She's
Because she
listening
didn't, I didn't record her. I never recorded one conversation. Not one time did I record anything. That was a voice text she sent me. In fact, I am horrible. And you guys heard, like, the text messages, and Pink can be my, like, Pink can, confirm it, that I'm horrible with the phone. I don't call anyone back. Like, it's bad. So I have text
she doesn't.
I have voicemails.
I texted her today. I heard from her like 7 hours later.
Yeah, I'm bad, right?
I'm like, call me, like,
I know,
because I just listened to Merge's video or live stream. I'm like, call me, because
like my phone's always.
what I try to do is, instead of going live right away, I try to de-escalate myself. I have a lifeline. It's BBT or another YouTuber, because you don't want to go live when you're angry. You just don't,
But she like, so she would listen to, like, on like an iPhone, like you could hold down the like talk button. I didn't even know this back then. She's the one that taught me about the voice text. I had no idea you could do that, right? And
I didn't either until about a year ago.
If you've seen Carolyn, right, she has done it on our lives before. So that's her form of communication. So people have picked up on that, right? So because she's got to text everyone when she's live. So she would listen to, like, Jules, not only Jules, but other people too, but Jules in the background. So it would pick it up. Like, it would be like she's leaving a voicemail, and it would pick up Jules live. Like, I could hear Jules talking, and she's commentarying it over it. Like, it was like I was talking to her. So it did seem like she was having a conversation. Like, it's not, I don't blame people for believing it, because it truly did. Wow, it sounded like she was having a conversation, because she'd go, can you hear her? Oh my God. Can you believe this woman? Like, and she'd be like,
criminal minds.
Yeah. Totally.
So she would be talking to me as if I was on the other end, but I wasn't. It was twisted. Like, it was really fucked up that she was able to.
I never got that impression, though. It sounded like voice messages to me.
No, because first you thought, I have. Don't worry, she has a fake channel up that you haven't even seen yet, Jules. But because she uses, like, your full name, so she, and I know she created it. So
it's my name.
Yeah, it's been years. It's been up for years. Yeah.
What?
So
what? It's still up?
Yeah, yeah. So she doesn't have any views on it or anything. It's just that, you know what it is. It's videos.
Wait. She has a channel up using Jules' name.
Yeah. If it yeah.
So she's like trying to impersonate another person.
No. She's not. It's not. She's not making it sound like it's Jules' name. She's not making it sound.
She's using Jules'
legal name.
Name.
Like, listen, Pink.
What
remember?
The hell?
Listen, Pink. Remember, I sent you that link, and I asked you whose voice does that sound like with a voice changer. That was
right.
I would never release it, Jules. I would never. I've never even said a word. Nothing. No one knows.
Don't let anybody.
No, I would never. No, yeah. I'll email you and send it to you. You can strike it. I mean, And I know it's her. Jules, you're going to listen to it for 4 seconds. She's using a voice recorder. Everybody knows it's her. I wish I could release it, because it's real bit like it's Rabid. You're on it. You're on it. She's got, like, all the shit from Diane about me. It's a channel about
on that channel.
It's a channel. Yeah, it's a channel about me and Jules.
God, it
and-
needs to be reported.
yeah.
Can you put the name in the private chat, BBT?
Yeah, I will. I'll put it. Well, I don't want to just because I really do.
No,
I didn't know Jules's name until I got it. I'll email you, Jules. I just didn't know. It's like I said, it might not be Jules's name, but I think it is. I've heard it was. I don't know. I don't even know his name. I would never.
Wait a minute.
do
Now
that.
you don't know?
No, it is.
That is.
I'm just saying. I don't. Jules doesn't use her name, so I'm not gonna say like I'm. You know.
No, I don't use my.
I don't know. And like I said, I don't know your real name, but I'm led to believe it's your name.
Yeah.
It may not.
I misunderstood. I thought you meant it was just her YouTube name.
No, it's her real name. No, her real life name.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it said it was. So like I said it. I'll email it to you right now, Jules. You're gonna know who it is. You can really. I tried, Jules. If I ever showed you how many times you can ask my assistant. And you know what's so bad too is like this may be one thing that
what Sandra Ruchek would think about that. I wonder what all these people that are sitting over there listening to Merv's horse shit about, God, we got to be nice, and it'll all come back on us. Yeah, you watch out because you got a bus coming right towards your ass, lady.
Yep.
Yeah, so, religion doesn't work that way. You don't just act like
if you want, Rabid, I just made a video about all that religion crap. It's on my channel. Yep. But the one thing this did make me that happened from this, and this is a combination of like my ex too, but I think it was more Carolyn, is that like I go so over fucking board trying to convince people of shit that is true. Like I just expect people not to believe me, and so then I go overboard with like, oh my god, and I prove everything, and people don't even not believe me. And people like my friends, and they're like, we believe you. You never like I really don't lie. I talk too fast to lie. I'm not perfect.
What's that called? What's that called when a person ends up gaslighting? I mean, when a person starts questioning their own reality?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, because she said I was crazy. Every time I talked about bots, she said she's mentally ill. She's crazy, and she'd get other YouTubers to like, because that was what Diane's whole chat was all bots. I didn't know anyone. How did they know I was going live on Diane's channel? 5,000 of them? She had 320 comments. It's not even statistically possible. It doesn't even make sense. So I knew that right away. They were horrible. But you're right, Jules. I'm going to tell you right now. I have a link, right? Jules, I could, and I'm so glad you said this because I could never even try. This is one thing I would like. I can't convince everybody of everything, but I have a link where on Diane's channel where Wendy, I hear her say, imagine I caught this. I hear her going audio right before my audio was fucking turned down. I knew it was. And I don't care what Diane says. Love Diane. We are friends now. Diane's friend now. Diane probably wouldn't admit it because it was horrible, but maybe she didn't. I have the clip. I hear her say, my assistant like started crying. She was like, because she didn't believe me. She was like, what's wrong with your phone? So I was trying to talk. Every time I got to Carolyn, my phone magically broke.
That's right. That's exactly right. That's exactly right.
I don't think they would have done that though.
Then they dragged the shit out of me. You could tell they set it up because there was so many people accusing me of talking into a pillow and lying, and it was horrible. That was worse than anything. Like that dragged me.
I'm telling you, that was one of the worst things that I've ever witnessed.
That was awful. That was the worst
thing I've ever felt. Any level of decency in them would not stand by Carolyn if they could see that night what they did to BBT.
One person in the chat, one person said, you guys are being horrible. One. Do
you remember who it was?
Yes, I do. The whole night, one person said, I actually like BBT. I don't want to like be part of. She said, what? And you know what happened to her? She was right up.
Yeah.
I think someone was
blocked. Was she blocked?
What? Say that again?
Was she blocked for supporting you?
Yeah, of course she was.
Wow. Yeah, Diane's chats are they because I had my turn also, and the chat is so bad. It was so bad.
Yeah, well,
and
like
I was like, what are the moderators doing? Like the bullying from moderators as well. It was, yeah.
And I want to say this again.
Diane, she was very apologetic. She got put through the ringer. She finally understood what it felt like, and I think she, it took a lot for her to go live and apologize to everybody.
Yeah.
So I want to make sure everybody understands all this has been made right at this point.
No, I've been on Diane. I just hate that people had to go through it to believe it. You know what I mean? Like I hate that. Like, I wish I tried saving people. Remember, Rabid? I tried to write a comment on your channel, and like, you don't even know the backlash I got for that. That was the worst. That was a big mistake. Yeah, like, because it's all carrying on the bots. Of course they're gonna attack me. I was so new to YouTube. I had no idea all this crap existed. I didn't know. Like, Carolyn was so far. She had a channel before we died. I didn't even have a channel, and she knew.
Uh-oh.
Still here?
BBT.
Oh, yeah.
She's probably walking through her house or something.
Well, let's just hope that YouTube is a huge learning curve, right? Let's just hope when people move forward and make their apologies that these things never happen again. That we learn something.
Thinking.
Merb will never.
I'm not talking about Merb. I'm talking Merb is a lost cause. I'm talking about like Diane or other creators who fell for this, and it took a lot for Diane to apologize.
It sure did.
All of us. I always say we can all do better.
Yeah.
All of
And
us, even me.
Is like the thing that, like, Diane, like I was talking to Diane the other day about, and like in real life, is that this person is part of your community. Like, you got to remember that this bitch is like, this isn't like in the past tense. She's still doing this shit. Like, like there are still, look at what she's doing with that. I mean, she made it sound like someone did a drive-by for that dog. Like, if she could have got away with that, she would have ran with that. She would have. She tried and it failed, because the other one, she did get away with it and she ran. She blamed me. Remember, I got accused of poisoning her dogs, throwing something on her front lawn. That was the thing. Remember she accused me of
pipe bomb. Wasn't it a pipe bomb? She said you threw.
Yep, that too. And calling a bomb into her.
Oh, wasn't Jimmy going around the house with a flashlight or something looking for a pipe bomb?
Yeah, no. The cops she said the cops showed up the next day looking for it. I'm like, yeah, they were just looking around the corner. God, you idiot.
No,
like
she said you called a bomb threat into her child's school.
Yeah, that almost ruined my fucking career. That almost ruined my career. Yep.
That was not long after COVID started.
Yep. And it wasn't even a bomb to her kids. She lied. It wasn't even a bomb threat. It was to the high school. I looked it up, and my attorney, it was my divorce attorney who helped me out. He was helping me out, and he confirmed, right, that it was not even at her kids' school. It was the high school, and she ran around and said, "Oh, well, if you knew anything, BBT, you'd know that my kids in the elementary school and the high school." It was dumb for her to even say this. The high school and the elementary school are connected. I'm like, that's even worse, because everybody knows that they are very isolated. I work in schools my whole life, like my whole career. If that is true, that people do that, they have schools that are elementary all the way up, middle and high school combined, right? But they're very separated. You don't, you know what I'm saying? If a bomb threat was made to the high school, it was made to the high school, not the middle school. They will put them in lockdown, but it's not made. She said it was made to her children's school by me. You know what I mean?
Yeah. There's gonna come an Amber Heard moment for Carolyn.
She's going to do it to the
an Amber Heard moment, and somebody is going to have her in a court of law.
You're right. Yeah. And she doesn't. Yep, I did have her in a court of law, and she did cowards out, just like on Diane's channel. She's all talk. Oh, get your attorneys after me, Jules. Sue me. You serve her, and she cowers down. She wrote a letter to the attorney, to the judge. She didn't have an attorney. She wrote a letter pleading for what's the word? When you ask for not
clemency?
Like, no, the other one, when you ask for like relief, not like, when you plead for like what's that word in court, when you're pleading for like not sympathy, but like when you like plead for like
Leniency.
Leniency?
Yeah.
Leniency.
yes,
Like you're
that word.
throwing yourself on the mercy of the court.
Yes, like leniency. Like she said, like I'm begging for mercy. Mercy, yes, mercy. Imagine that. She was pleading and begging for mercy from the. I read it. I read the letter. It was so pathetic. She didn't say. She said she goes, "Oh, I attached my evidence of BBT's death threats." Yeah, because the judge is just gonna take. She thinks she's so like relevant, just like Pig says. She's not important as she makes herself sound. You know, like the judge
And as I said earlier, BBT, if all of this had truly happened to her, whether it was you or who else,
yep,
she would be in a witness protection program.
Well, at least the cops would have somebody arrested. That's for damn sure.
Right. Exactly. And I mentioned that earlier too. You would have been charged already.
Isn't it weird, Jules, that like all this time, all this shit has happened from 4 years, right? Not one time has anybody been outed for doing this. So who are these people? You know what I mean? And it's certainly not me. So I know who it is. I know she absolutely sent that bomb to herself. Not a doubt in my mind.
That glitter bomb?
Yep. Absolutely.
Yeah. And I'm going to tell you this again, too. I think one of the most powerful pieces of video that you've had so far has been the night of the SWAT, where she's doing this bizarre thing of, okay, 20 more minutes, 3 more minutes.
Yeah,
well,
that is
in
weird.
3 more minutes at 10:33, I'll be getting completely insane. That was just watching a crazy person.
She was tired of the cops, Jules. She was panicking. That was live. She knew the cops were on their way. They called, and she ignored the call. I have it. So, and then Jimmy corroborates it later and says, "Why did the state police call at 3:13? Remember, she was going up 3:18. We'll just wait till 3:20 and I'll get off." So
I wonder.
That time totally sunk up.
I wonder if Jimmy ever sits and like looks at what you show, and if it has ever occurred to him that his wife is doing these things, that she is doing. One night on one of the lives, he says to her, she's all freaking out and going crazy. It had something to do with me and BBT. I think at AK, I think that was the whole database thing.
Probably part of it. He's probably part. He has to be part of it.
But
he's that blind.
He's angry in this video. He's angry, and he says to her something along the lines of, we can't do things that we wouldn't want people to do to us.
Yep, you're right. And listen,
and
yeah.
She says, what are you talking about? What?
Let's
edit the original video.
Wait a minute. What? Hold on, Jules. What? Can you just repeat what he said?
He said, so she's screaming and doing her thing, and Jimmy's frustrated. And he said, he's sort of being kind of like, he's angry, he's agitated, but he's not like coddling her and playing music boxes and all that crap. He's kind of like being dismissive, like he wants to get away from her. And he says to her, well, we would not want to do things to people that we wouldn't want them to do to us.
Yep. And then,
do you know where that, you should
I have it.
That. You should clip that, BBT.
Yep. And you know what else I have? You know what else I have, Jules? You know what else I have is when, remember the original video, the original time she went live, and she was like, Jimmy, they're over there. And when she was nuts that night, when she was like, Jules, and Jules, they're ganging up on me. She was nuts. Remember that night?
Oh,
and so
weird.
I have that whole I have all the 3 versions that she has edited. But so the original version, he said to her, he said, you shouldn't be doing this to other people. He flat out blamed her. She was pissed.
There you go. There you go.
Yep. He said, well, you got to stop getting involved in this drama. Like, he really outed her, and people caught on about it. Everybody was watching that. Yep. So I think he does know.
Rabid, can you play the rest? That video is almost over. Do you mind playing the rest of it?
Yeah, I'll do that. It's just a few seconds.
I have the clipped version. If you want the clipped version, I have both.
Yeah, well,
I'm actually going to hit the hay, you guys.
Oh,
wait, my video on you. You're on it.
I'm going to watch it.
Merv's video is got like 1 or 2 minutes left.
Never mind. It's the same thing about Antoinette. Never mind. Doesn't matter.
No, I want to see it.
Yeah, I just wanted to see if you wanted to make any reflections on this, Antimony, as well. You know, the way she's speaking about you.
Just yeah, I mean, just that I just think it's a shame that so many people are so close-minded about offenders. You know, one thing that really gets under my skin is when people are like, well, I have mental health issues, but I never killed anybody. And it's like, well, you're lucky. Like, you know, consider yourself.
I have in there that it has you saying like it's I hope you do like it. It says like perfectly like that like I care about what like the offender did because I want to learn. So it specifically shows that she's an asshole, and it like you know like it truly does. It's that I clipped this whole thing.
It's so, and you just posted. Is it the one with the dog?
Yeah.
Okay, good. I'm psyched. I'm really psyched to see it.
I can play it here if that's all right, BBT.
Yeah,
if you don't mind.
play it.
Yeah, do it.
Okay, so I'll just finish this one off.
Yeah, just finish this one off, please. Yeah.
All right, never mind. Never mind.
No, we'll play it, but I just want. We're almost done with this one.
It's the
Like,
same
there's
thing.
like
It's
maybe
gonna
1
repeat it.
minute left.
If there are channels, and I don't know enough about Doug, but if there are channels that are inciting hate against Doug,
I know what this is about.
shown to have an influence because that's against terms of service. Okay, but anyway, it's beautiful, and
God bless.
You want to go down? Jimmy's going to go and get his stuff ready to do my hair so we can do it and still have a nice time. I will talk to you guys later, and we'll catch up again. Okay, thank you. Bye. Love.
God bless.
Okay.
God
yeah,
bless
that was
everyone.
it. All right. Thank you, Rabid.
She didn't look God bless everybody.
I always really am very suspicious of people that seem very eager to remind everyone that God is on their side. I'm always suspicious of those types of people.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, well, if God's on your side, then you don't need to tell everyone about it, okay? So, so this is BBT's latest upload. I put the link in the chat there earlier, so everyone go and check that out when you can.
Can I just say, when she talks about everything happens for a reason in God's, terms, I can tell you exactly why her dog was killed and what the reason was.
I have it in my. Where do you see? Yep, that's what I have in my video. It says you put your dog on a leash and it wouldn't happen. It's exactly right.
Yeah. So.
And it seemed like she walked a long way to get to where the little dog was. Exactly. So the dog was pretty far away, right?
She went through her house, down the street, over the house, and I just keep thinking what Pink said. Why the hell wouldn't she just put a little blanket on her? That's so weird. I'm telling you, where do you see how she acts? I found this clip in this stupid video that she's holding her son's dog. It looks like she wants to she's so grossed. Where do you see her body language? It's bizarre. It just shows it for itself.
Okay.
The way it went, and it's sad, Sad because she should be here. She should be here. You got to keep thinking everything happens for a reason.
Oh.
That's kind of what's gotten us through because
yep, absolutely true.
Why one dog is taken in the prime of their life, right? When they seem to be at the peak of health. Why? Why? There are people that try to throw Christianity around this time. But they're not using it for the right purpose. They're using Christianity to hide behind it like a shield. Like Sandy said, she's with Ray.
Like you do?
She's with grandchildren. She's with...
That was weird. Liz, do you hear that?
No.
Sandy said she was with her grandchildren.
Behind fake Christianity, every single one of you. My plans are not God's plans. And
She manipulates with Christianity.
Yep.
it is your actions, but they have to be your true actions because there are phony people.
Somebody killed our dog.
Who also put out a fake persona.
I'll show you my dead dog. Let's go. Because I know.
Golly.
Their actions, when people are watching,
I know all they're going to say is that I'm lying.
can be very different
So I'm going to take you to see my dog, okay?
than behind the scenes.
I'm going to take you to see my dog that was killed.
So what I'm going to say about Christianity, so the Christianity card is played a lot. That's to be
Really?
honest. Christianity say everything happens for a reason, God's in control. And I truly feel anybody that's got to convince you.
And Jimmy took a picture for the bastards that are going to say that I'm lying.
If they truly are Christians, here's the problem.
And I'm going to show you my dead dog. No, I'm going to show them my dead dog.
The Christians are not, Jesus didn't tell us.
For all these bastards that want to go start that I'm lying.
Oh, okay. So your brother hit you 3 times with that baseball bat? Okay. Yeah. Now you can go.
Want one to ask for a picture because he'll gladly send it to you.
You have to know I'm telling you the truth. This is the absolute truth.
You sick people. My dead dog.
I'm not a liar. When it's over the top like that,
Those bastards that say my other dogs didn't die.
It's always everybody's out to get them.
Or the bastards that want to say all the crap they want to say.
It's not
incredible,
fair.
incredible.
It was this, it was that. It's the same thing.
And I'm going to show you my dead dog.
Oh, really? He didn't know the difference between right and wrong? Why did he post the pictures on Instagram
No, I'm going to show them my dead dog.
and Discord and 4chan? He didn't know that was wrong either? He
Touche.
thought those were good pictures to post up there?
Want one to ask for a picture.
Lying.
Good job.
Wow.
What he was doing.
Because he'll gladly send it to you.
Horrible person.
and say, like, if I'm telling you I'm a Christian and I'm a Christian, that means I'm a good person.
But I think what separates me from the rest is that I'm a real person.
By telling you over and over they're a good person,
Wow.
That I care about victims and their families.
a sign that Lucy's okay,
Do you really, Carlin?
and Lucy's with family and
1 hour later. Wow.
Now they show the dog.
That's
After
not
how
her,
many years?
her dog. That's not her dog. That's her son's.
Not sure.
Just to clarify, that's her son's
Jimmy?
dog.
That dog was scared of her.
Watch, she was so uncomfortable. It's
He
so
held
weird.
that dog like it had cooties.
That's right.
Watch this. Watch this.
And now my dog is gone. My dog is gone. He's all wet.
See the dog looking at Jimmy. Don't leave me with her.
Mm. He's done.
Gonna give it one more try. Cause we're gonna witch. It makes me cry. Boy, I really miss you. I just wanna love you all the time. Been waiting for you.
Nauseating.
It is.
Gonna make you
It's sick.
Look, she's irritated. Look how irritated she is.
I can't help it, babe.
you won't know why until it's our time. And it's the people that God puts in our lives too.
Janae, why aren't you green? You don't like me anymore?
It's everything. It's this community.
Imagine, Jules.
Really?
It's why this community was built.
That's why I like to show her crazy, you know? Like, so if someone makes comments like that, I'm going to show they're crazy, you know, on the screen.
It's because how much it helps people.
And I think,
Yeah.
you know, let them know, like, this is crazy. This is, what are you doing here? But yeah, so. Told everybody about your scripts. We told everybody about your planned drama. Okay, and I think it's really important to help other people. Cool it. Cool it. It's not going to stop the truth from coming out.
How much it helps me.
You
is because of the
re-victimized Frank and
community
Sandy
has
that
brought me
night.
together.
It's not going to stop crying in the bed. Boo-hoo, boo-hoo. I'll show you my dead dog. Let's go. Because I know.
Like Rosemary D'Alessandro, John D'Alessandro, Sandra Rusak, the whole, you know,
Name
all the
dropping,
Rusaks,
yep.
Kim Devins.
The main case that I cover on my channel is the Bianca Devins case. It's high profile.
And you know, Kim Devins is now getting attacked.
No, she wasn't.
Unsolved?
Shut up, Merv.
No. Actually, the perpetrator will be going to prison next week. I've been corresponding with him for a year and a half.
She was getting
Look at her
attacked.
face.
Her daughter is getting, you know the whole story.
You've been corresponding with the suspect?
Yes, correct.
There's YouTube creators that just want.
She just can't.
She's the
Her face
most
is great.
cold, cruel creature on the planet.
Oh, God.
To connect with these killers in prison.
What is the case? What is it?
You actually reported on it, Carolyn.
Awesome. You owned her so much.
You can almost see the cogs slowly starting.
Yeah, Carolyn got owned big time.
Look, watch her hurry up and like Google the case. It's hilarious.
July 14th. It's the Bianca Devins case.
It's so horrendous.
She was an e-girl in Utica, New York, actually upstate from
Right. Yeah.
In her own state.
And it should definitely not be permitted.
Did he take a plea deal?
He did initially.
And laws will change because people are going to get hurt. And unfortunately, that's the way it works in this society. People have to be hurt.
Oh, wait a second. This is the guy that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Now.
Yeah.
Let me tell you all about it. Let me tell you all about it.
Where they're saying that, you know.
Yes, correct.
Yes.
Correct.
Oh, okay.
Yes, correct. Yes.
The condescension dripping from her mouth there.
Yes.
You know? She's out to try and get you instantly.
She's about to need a bib for drooling.
Oh, really? He didn't know the difference?
Yeah, Caroline, it takes more than placing your spectacles on the top of your head to actually, you know, cover true crime well. It takes more than that.
Difference between right and wrong? Why did he post the pictures on Instagram?
And I'm going to show you my dead dog.
God,
I'm
BBT.
going to show them my dead dog.
And Discord and 4chan. He didn't know that was wrong either? He thought those were good pictures to post up there?
You know, really,
Is she talking to you, Antimony?
Yes.
The nerve.
Yeah. She's so disgusted that Antimony is covering it in a way that she wouldn't. The fact that she's decided to try and understand.
It's just the fact that she is.
Yeah.
Like murder owns true crime. Nobody else can even cover any cases.
Yeah. She owns the rule book on how it should be done.
Yep.
Well, can we be honest here? She is very, very good at true crime.
She's the best.
Don't forget that.
Best on YouTube.
So much to learn from Merb on true crime. So much. We can all learn who the monsters are. Yeah.
I'm interested in the victim's situation, but I'm also interested in the perpetrator's reasons. Like,
You'll see what's up there. There's no trauma to that person, but they're going to go talk about your trauma on MRB. Trauma.
That was good,
It was a good
BBT.
video. It was
Wow.
Very
good.
good.
Very good.
Yeah. I mean, you made your point so clear. Wow.
Thank you, BBT. Thank
You're
you.
welcome. You're welcome.
That was really beautifully done.
I
Well,
can't
she
even
lied. She made that
imagine.
all up. You know, that pissed me off. She made that all up, and I knew it from like when you were on my channel. You know,
Wait, made up what part?
like she lied. She was saying like, "Oh, you're harassing the mother," and the mother. You
Oh, it
know,
was so obvious. It was so obvious. She's so transparent. It's
That
ridiculous.
was to get all the troops together. That was the dog whistling to get all the
Yes, it
ramblers,
was.
infuriated and going
Well, but
after
Yeah.
the thing that's messed up is
It's a
that
cult.
yes, Kim went on her live and yes, they did shit talk about me together. And Kim said a couple things that I've never heard her say before because Merb kind of fed the fire. She knew that Kim and I were not in, we were at odds, and yeah, and they because Kim agrees with Merb.
Yeah.
Not only did she feed the fire, Merp starts the fires.
Yeah,
I did
yeah,
a
she
live
did.
stream a couple of years ago about that when I just started really figuring her out. And I think the title was Merp Starts Small Fires
Yeah, I
Wherever
remember
We
that.
Go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. She's a fire starter.
Stephen King.
God, I just sometimes I just don't have the words anymore.
Yeah.
That's why, Rabid, when you asked me if
Mm.
you wanted to go live, I was like, please do, because sometimes I'm just out of words. I can't articulate all this. It's just
Oh, Pink, you articulate it so well, though. You know, you really
Yeah, you
do.
do.
You're
I don't feel
great
like I
insight.
do because I have trouble wrapping my own brain around this. So it's hard for me to articulate, like to try to make my subscribers like make it make sense to them when I can't even make sense
No,
to
you
it.
do an awesome job.
you understand it for someone who hasn't gone through it. You definitely do. Like for somebody who didn't, you know what I mean? Like it's with someone who didn't experience it or see like firsthand, you definitely understand
So
how
like
she is.
fresh eyes, like looking outside the box because no, Merv has never directly hurt me.
Right.
So I probably look at it from a bird's eye view, of
Yeah.
what I see
It's weird
happening
who
to
she
everyone else.
chooses. It's weird who she chooses. Like, why go after like, antimony today? Like that was random. Why like you
I
haven't?
couldn't
It's not like you,
believe that.
like it's weird to like she just brought that up today. She's got to harass. She's got to go after someone to distract from her own.
Because I've been going on
It's
the
the
line.
rinse. It's the rinse and repeat cycle.
Yeah.
She's going
She
to
says that
always bring it up.
Oh my God. Pink,
What?
seriously. She says rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat.
Oh my God.
I told you she not imitates me, but
That was she's been
everything
saying
I
that.
seem to say lately, my my words and whatever, it's like she's repeating them.
Well, she's been saying rinse
Like
and
she's
repeat.
trying to
for
wear my skin. It's weird.
I'm just wondering
You
why
know-
she chose to go after Antimony there. Like, is it because
I know.
she's
Because
there
I've been
talking
going
about
on
Chris
the
Watts?
line.
Because she's rinse and repeat.
Because I'm
She's
going on
going
the
to keep
line.
bringing it up to
Yeah.
keep it fresh.
So
She can't let
Tim,
go.
on your channel, you've been talking about the case,
I have not.
Not
That's what's
lately,
weird.
but she did.
but she just
Yeah, but
pulled.
still, why today?
She just pulled your name out of it, out of nowhere.
Right.
Out of,
Because she's seen me on BBT's lives.
Yeah, but not recently. She said that today, Anthony.
Well,
Yeah, I know.
It could be
She
because
doesn't have to see. She doesn't need a trigger. She doesn't have to see anybody. She has it stored in her memory bank.
yeah,
You
it could
know,
be because we spoke about Watts though a few days ago.
it's like the ex-husband who always
true,
brings
yeah.
up something that happened
Right.
20 years ago.
Yeah.
You know, it's
Right,
like
right.
they know how to
Maybe-
get to you, and it's like they bring it up even though it's been 20 years, and it's like I remember you did this to me,
Right.
and you're like, huh?
Right.
Well, that was 20 years ago. Like that's what she reminds me of, just a disgruntled ex. That's how
And-
I see it.
Are y'all recognizing the people that are in her chat? Does it seem like they're all new people?
No.
Yeah, they are. They
I
are.
don't recognize
They're
them
all
either.
bots. They're all bots. They're all paid. Yeah, they're all. That's why she does all those clapping stuff that stuff that I was.
She sent a bot. She sent a bot into my comment section.
She has to line those up. So you know what I'm saying? Like, so she has to know where to put those bots. Like, she's not gonna post a video with 30 views on it. You know what I mean? So she's got to have more. So that's why she does. Though you'll see her like pointing in her camera, and or it's like holding up stupid dolls and real close. You guys have all seen it, and she's been changing it because I've been calling her out now for months on it. So she knows that. So she'll like sneeze, fake sneeze, or she'll cough, or she'll turn her camera off. That's so she can line up those, because think about it, Jules. She has to know where to put, like, if I was writing these, or like they're actually just generated, but if I was writing the comments, I'd have to know where to put, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you can't just throw them in. You have to line them up. So she's got to know where to put those. That's why she marks that.
So the bot that left a comment, and it's under review, you know, it wasn't made public. It was a comment that went under my reviews, was created 2 months ago. Well, let's say, hypothetically, you know, May 5th. Okay, what I did was I went to Carolyn's channel on the live on that day, and she introduced that bot. I saw it on her live.
What was the name?
I'm not going to say it. I'll tell you. in text.
Okay. Well, she has like you know, like the church lady. That's what I'm saying. I know all her bots. That's why I don't know. But like, you know, like church lady, Jules, like all them. I have no problem out in bots. But like it's like Lassie.
I'll
She
put
has
it
got
in private text.
What's her name? Carol Lucy. Those are all her like top people. She screwed up too. Carol Lucy. I have a clip where she goes like this. She goes, "Oh, my dad used to call me Carol Lucy when I was little. Isn't that so funny, Carol Lucy? Isn't that so weird?" I'm like, yeah, nailed it. Idiot.
BBT, I put the name in private chat.
Thank you. Like, so what I'm saying, Jules, is she used to gotta come up with, she named that bot Carol Lucy because maybe like her father used to like joke with her. I don't know. She said I have it. She said my dad used to call me Carol Lucy as a joke, as a nickname or whatever, and she caught herself.
And
It was like,
she's got a bot named Carol Lucy.
exactly. And Carol Lucy is her you know how I know this is so stupid? I have these two, Carol Lucy and this other one. You know who knows them all is my assistant. She knows every bot that lady has. But so there was another bot, right? And the two of them was allegedly from I don't even know, it's out of the country, right? And she was saying that both these random people weirdly made comments, and they would use the word ye. Well, we made fun of her, we ragged on her until she never used those words again. Now weirdly, people don't use. Imagine that, like ye instead of thee. So I'm like, what is this? 1800s?
Like old English, yeah.
Yeah, exactly, Jules. I'm like, but weirdly, two of them. Imagine the odds of that. I'm like, she is so dumb.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, that's crazy.
Do you remember when the medical school professor went up in the bathroom and talked to her? Yeah. Did she say her name was Christy Love?
Yep, Christy Love. Yeah, she's a professor, medical school. She's a big, like, those people, you know, there's companies that sell, like, you can buy those people. You can buy, like, all those people are purchased. And you know what's sick is that I have comment after, wait till you guys see my bot stuff. That's going to be like months and months of shit.
I don't understand the bots, BBT.
Jules,
so when you do your video, you need to do it very like concrete and simple,
I know.
one step at a time
hard.
until I can figure it out.
It's hard. It took me 3 years to figure this shit out. Once I did, like, I'm telling you, I was like, how are these people like following me? And then once I figured it out, I was like, oh, it's so easy. And the FBI told me.
Jules, the first thing you need to do is learn about bots, look up bots, because also people use them illegally. But that's what I did first. I started learning about bots as if I was going to create them myself. And I looked up everything I could find out about bots on the internet, the good, the positive side of bots and the negative. And once you get an understanding of the usage of bots and the illegal usage of bots, then you'll be able to apply that knowledge into how Carolyn applies them.
Once I show you, Jules, like when because the
Yeah.
good thing is she screwed up. So she shared her screen like 3 years ago, right? And so what she did was she shared her screen, right? And she left like you know the things on the bottom, like the icons,
The
right?
app icon. Yeah.
So what she did, then she went behind the scenes. She put up like a picture, right? So what she did, then she plays a video, right? And then so what she does is then you can see her click on the bot. So then she's using her other, like that's why she has 6 monitors in front of her, because she's who needs 6 monitors to go live? No, I don't, you don't, Jules. I mean, nobody does, right? But she has got, so when she's behind the scenes, you're thinking she's live. She is live technically, but she's playing a video. So say like Rabid, say this was all a video, right? Us, right?
Listen, I don't mean to interrupt. I got to take the dog we're fostering. I have to take him out for his last walk. So he can relieve himself. I'm going to step down. I'll be in chat.
Cool.
I'm actually
All
gonna.
right.
I'm gonna.
Thank you.
I need
Bye,
to.
Pink. I
Good night,
talk.
Pink.
Bye.
Good night.
I'll
I
be
need
in
to.
chat.
Hi guys, thanks so much for coming up. I appreciate it.
I'm gonna feed my cat and then I'm gonna get some shoulda.
It was good to talk to you,
Thanks,
Anthony.
Yeah, you too. Thank you so much, Rabid, for having me on again.
Bye, Anthony.
And thank you, BBT, for the video. You rock.
You're welcome.
All right. Good night,
You're welcome.
guys.
Guys.
So Jules, once you so that's how like I started seeing it, and I was like, and the worst thing is that she knew I was catching on. So then I started like commenting about it, and I tried to make videos, and I was just horrible at it. Like it was 4 years, I didn't know anything, So I tried, but I didn't have the platform either, So it was just, I was like going in circles, and then all I was doing was giving her ammunition to make fun of me. So, and I remember like, and then I would try to like convince people, like I tried to convince Robbie, thank God he didn't like end my thing, I was nuts, but he was like, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Like, and then Jules was Pink was like the first person who actually was like, okay, I'll hear you out. I'll listen to you. And I was like, oh, right. I remember the night I was pacing around my front yard. I'm like, she's either going to think I'm nuts or she's going to like, because then whenever I talked about it, Carolyn would have like Diane back her and be like, BBT's crazy saying these are all bots, da 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 da, and it's very easy to do. It was so obvious. Like, I'm like, what are you? Everybody hates me. Everybody that doesn't know me hates me. How is this possible? Like everybody, vicious comments, everybody, hundreds and hundreds of comments,
That
Yeah,
must have
no.
been hellish, BBT. It really must have been when I think back,
Yeah, I mean, it was just,
it's not just in the channel, Rabid. Like on your own channel, you end up getting like 12, 15 comments that are just poisonous. I mean, they're just anger, and they just say the most horrible things, and it's just this constant. And what was going through my mind when it was happening to me, or I could see it happening on BBT's channel to her, and I was thinking, are these people ever sleeping? Like, how can they just go around leaving these comments? So they're not even real. They were just like these like mechanical.
Yep, they are.
Wow.
And like I said, like so the other thing you can tell too, right, Jules, is like like I started to notice like all of her comments, and you know what, Rabid, remember when you had Critical K on your panel a few times?
Yeah.
You got bombarded with horrible comments. Those were all Carolyn's fake. Remember?
Yeah.
Yeah, I watched them all, and I felt so bad. That's when you didn't like know me, so I couldn't tell you, and I was reading them, and I was like, oh fuck, and I knew they were hitting you hard. You were like, you were trying to argue back with all of them, and I knew every one of them. I'm like, you're like, I felt so bad because I've been down the road. I've argued with bots. It's horrible. You never win.
Yeah.
But that's how it started. I saw her, Jules, like I saw her clicking on the bot icon, so she can't deny it because she.
Yeah.
And then the other thing she does too is if you start to listen to her, she tells you what she does. Like she'll sit there and she'll try to blame everybody else, but she'll say like, like, oh, remember Rabid? She accused what's his name of being a paid bot for Critical K, that guy, and she was like, and he even
Louise.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. So that's what I see how she did that, and I have the clip of that. So Jules, she was like.
Doesn't Louis have his own channel?
Yeah, exactly. But she accused that. My point is she
So
was
he's a
doing
real person. So he's
right.
a
But
real
my point is she was doing it. She's hated Critical K so much that's what she's trying to spin. She hated Critical K.
That was
And
the
she
first time I
knows
knew.
what paid bots are.
Right.
Otherwise, she wouldn't have said that, right?
Exactly, Jules. Exactly.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
Yep.
See,
You're absolutely right. I'm like, well, I have so many clips of her, Jules, going like this. I should start a troll school. I'm like, who would start a troll? I should teach troll school. I'm like, who would teach troll school but an expert, right?
That's right.
You gotta consider yourself an expert in trolling.
Or,
if you want to teach the trolls.
Or a hypnotherapy.
Jules,
they might do a troll school. A
And
hypnotherapy.
then she argues against it because she doesn't believe in that bullshit. Anyone that wishes you could hope something will happen is hogwash. I'm like, really?
She doesn't know anything about the human brain then.
No,
Yeah, I think she also possesses the exact opposite personality that would be inclined to be good at something like hypnotherapy.
I agree.
She needs
Because it can't be about her if she's the therapy, right?
Exactly right.
It has to be about the client.
What's in this for me?
Right. But they're like her friends, the panel people in her panel, like it would be like you and Jules asking me. They were like asking her like, so can you do that on yourself? And she's like, yeah, if you have Valium. I'm like, what the fuck? What are you talking about? She was crazy answering questions, lying to her teeth, saying that she could see Jesus when they put her in. I'm like, that's guided imagery, lady. You're nuts. That's what she explained.
What did the Xanax have to do with that? What is that?
Weird.
What the hell was that?
Weird. Who says that?
Nobody that I know.
She goes, you got to lay back, and maybe on the Valium you could do it to yourself. I'm like, what the hell?
That's so. In truth, there is self hypnosis, and it
doesn't take Valium.
Well, no, you would not. No, actually, that would go exactly against what you're trying to do.
That's where you would need hypnosis. It's like almost they would cancel each other out. You wouldn't need it if you took Valium, right?
Yeah, you're using this kind of hyper inward focus for relaxation, and you can actually lower your blood pressure. You can slow your heart rate. You do it through biofeedback, where you're training your body to respond to this deep sense of relaxation. It doesn't come magically. It takes work and practice.
Hey,
but
Jules, is that like tapping? Is that like tapping? Did you ever hear tapping?
Tapping is a different mechanism.
Jules, Carmen the Chaos was telling me about that, the tapping technique.
Tapping, yeah. I don't get it at all. I think it's too out there for me. I would never use it. I can't. I've been trained in it, and I just don't like it. I can't.
So tell me why you're skeptical of it.
Because I feel like so I you might know the person that I started to train under. I got to think of her name. She's world renowned in tapping, but she was kind of she held I got to look her up. She held classes. She was big in Boston, and so I went with a few of my colleagues, and she was really expensive, and so she would do so she would have to get a sign, and she would press your arms down, you know what I'm saying? So she would be like, I need to get a sign, and then she would be she did a lot of work with trauma patients, so it went beyond tapping, Jules. It was I'll look it up right now and think of the name. So you know what I mean? So you put your hands out, and she would be like, give me your bet, and she would press one of your arms down, like I'm doing it right now. My arms are straight out in front of me. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Say that's beyond tap. What is that called? I'll look it up. But
yeah. So with trauma, you get a snapshot picture of the moment of the event where you're either believing you're going to die or you observe somebody die. The reason that it's a snapshot moment is it encompasses everything. It's not just what you see in that moment, but it's exactly what you were able to smell, what you were hearing, what you could get. It essentially, when that memory gets triggered, that's actually the true word of the meaning of the word trigger, is that you're instantly sent back to the point of trauma. And it doesn't matter if it was when you were 3 years old or when you were 30 years old. You're instantly propelled to that exact moment of trauma. You're dropped down in the middle of this traumatic event, and your entire body suddenly is alive, remembering that day. So let's say that you were in a school shooting,
like
right?
reprogramming, right? Reprogramming.
Yeah. So when you get that snapshot image, that is a one-way retrieval path. Most memory retrieval has like connections to additional memory. In the best analogy is to think about like an interstate highway, where if you're driving like from Houston to Austin, there are exits that along the way, and those exits would take you to other towns, right? So there's a lot of ways to get to Austin. It's not just from Houston. I could go from all these other places and still get there. So each of those exits, each road is actually a memory retrieval path, which is a real structure in the brain. And so all these are regular retrieval paths. But with the snapshot memory that happens at the moment of trauma, there are no exits. It's a instantaneous one way from whatever the trigger is to exactly the moment of trauma. And so I might be sitting in let's say I was in, Afghanistan, I might be sitting in a Mexican food restaurant with my family, and then I hear someone, maybe one of the people speaking Spanish, and somehow my brain interprets that to someone speaking Pashto. Then I might instantly be in that memory conglomerate. The conglomerate is everything that sensory wise was encoded in that snapshot moment. And so one minute I'm sitting in the restaurant, and the next minute, I'm hiding underneath a rock as there's bullets flying everywhere all around me. And so people that have that experience, they're suddenly their body, and it's not just, oh, I remember how horrible that was. It's physically they're there, like they're seeing the rocks, they're feeling the dirt. They
like
feel
disassociations, right?
They smell the of the gunfire, and they'll hit the floor in the middle of the restaurant. They'll crawl underneath the table. They'll scream, "Get out! Incoming!" It'll be, and people that witness it, it's very frightening because you're like, "What's wrong with this person?" Now they're not crazy. It's just that the brain is actually reliving that moment in a real as intensely as the moment that it happened.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a terrifying thing to watch. It happens also with like rape survivors. They'll whatever the trigger is, then suddenly they could tell you exactly like what the color of the carpet was. And what book was lying on the carpet by their head as they were being assaulted. So
and it probably could be anything, right? It could be just like a phrase that someone says, or it could be the color of the door, something connected, right?
Right.
Yes. Yeah. Anything that got encoded in that conglomerate of memory, sensory memory, related to that moment of trauma, in that one really intense, vivid, but snapshotted moment. So the tapping, basically what you're doing with the tapping, or the muscle, what do you call it? Muscle resistance. The muscle resistance, the tapping. We also use ice cubes.
Do you really?
Those are forming alternate retrieval paths.
That's when you want to change it, when you want to reprogram it, right?
Yeah. So when they say reprogram, what they're essentially saying is, my interstate highway that is from Austin to Houston, and
that's
there's
good analogy.
there's no exits. Well, with the tapping or with the muscle resistance, you're building
That's what it's
exits.
called. Muscle resistance. That's what it's called.
Yeah, you're building exits actually in the brain. You're actually building alternate exits from that trauma retrieval path.
That's
and so
interesting.
it takes
Yeah.
it takes quite a while.
Yeah.
But it's very effective. It's
you have to
very effective.
You have to commit yourself. Like it's a commitment. So ready, Jules, this is what this lady is. So her name's Judith Swack. She's a PhD, right?
I know who that is. Yeah.
She's nuts. Jules. That's who I'm trained. She's a biochemist and she's an immunologist, master's and licensed practitioner. She's certified hypnotherapist. Whoa.
Hypnotherapy.
Yep. Mind body healer and a leader in the field of, you know her?
I don't know her. I know who she is.
I know
her work.
So that's how I got turned off by that whole thing. So I went to train under her, right? It's Fortune, right? And she is the most nutty. It's just so not me that, like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm so behavior that I couldn't get there, Jules. I couldn't do it.
Well, a lot of people have never stopped to think about what is memory. Like, how do we just sit here one day and we're, talking about Merv, and then suddenly you're transported back 10 years ago to some Christmas morning where something happened. How does that happen? And the truth is that within the structure of the brain, the gray matter, there is actual physical structures that combine that connect different different how do I say this? Different memories that get triggered that then lead to different other memories in different, like it might be a process memory,
like a chain, right? Like
it
a
might
chain.
Something
it might
deeply
be
associated, right?
Yeah.
Say that again.
Something that's like whatever the memory is. Say, for example, a phrase that someone says, or just even something silly like the color of a door or something. It's that association that is maybe deeply embedded to that horrific memory.
Well,
traumatic.
like, so what I tried to do, Jules, and like, because like how they, like, when you're training, they'll say, like, you become, essentially, you train on each other. You know what I mean? Like, it's not real. Like, we're not doing therapy, but we're practicing. So this is a true story. So when I was like, I was younger, right? My sister had leukemia. She was diagnosed with leukemia, and I was a bone marrow transplant for donor, right?
Wow.
And when they put me to sleep, the mask that they put on you, when they put you under.
Yes.
Well, I was little, so I didn't get it in IVs. They put a mask on my face, and he was holding it down, and I'm gonna like get crying and the smell of it, the plastic, the flavor of the plastic a long time ago, because it smelled so bad. It was the plastic that makes I can smell it right now. And my mother had an umbrella. This was like 5 years later. My mother had an umbrella, like a plastic umbrella, like a beach umbrella, and she put it in the car. I passed out, Jules. I smelled that smell. I didn't like freak out. It wasn't like trauma. I didn't like, but I had like a physical. I passed out. Like I had a physical reaction. I didn't know you could pass out from it. And then I was like, but that smell came back to me. And you know where else? If you walk through Target and you go in the bike section, it's that plastic smell. Like I'm talking 20 years later, I can smell that smell, and it gets me like right now. I'm like standing up, sweating. Like it gets me.
So don't talk about
because he did that. He pushed that mask on my face.
Take a deep breath.
Yep, and I remember it, and I was fighting it, and he was fighting back, and it was only the plastic smell. That was
it's terrifying. Yeah,
it was gross.
Doesn't it just show you how powerful the mind is? Because there's nothing conscious that's occurring there. That's all a subconscious connection that's been made from your past.
Right, and it's not like plastic makes you pass out. Like plastic is right. So it was like an association. It had nothing to do with plastic. I always consider, you know what I mean? And it's not every plastic. It's only that certain plastic that I get.
It was a direct association that you weren't even aware of.
I didn't even know. No, I said to my mother's the one that figured it out because I remember like they like I remember telling her about it after, like saying like they and the good thing is that like that there was a book written on my whole family, so I can like fact check. So I was afraid, like, am I creating all this bullshit in my head? You know what I mean? But I looked back, I can look back and somebody wrote a book, so I can fact check everything that I remember, you know? So thankfully that helped.
You were a bone marrow donor.
Yeah, it didn't work. Yeah, it didn't work. But yeah,
God.
I was a perfect. They said there's like it's like literature written because I was such a close match that they said twins don't even match that close. They tested everyone. They had like they were holding off on me. They didn't want it to be me. I was so little. Like it was awful.
Well,
like that was
actually a really traumatic and difficult surgery.
Oh, I had to go through. Yes, back then they did all this. Like you have to have when you donate anything, you have to have I actually was more traumatized by what they were saying to me because I was so innocent and so naive and little. That it would have been better if I did it. But legally, you have to legally go through. Like you have to legally have like. And the worst part is you have to legally have like certain amount of psychiatric therapy prior to donating. Like you can't donate if you don't, right?
That's exactly.
So, but like they were running on it. Like they were like, we need her now. Like this kid's not going to live. So then they had these assholes, and this was before social media. I can't imagine now. Then they had these assholes. It took one asshole that accused my parents of sacrificing one kid for the other. Right, like risking you're going to risk one kid to save another. Well, that was it. Then we had to go to court. Then they had to get a court order to actually use me because I couldn't.
Aren't people horrible? People are horrible. They're so horrible.
People had to call each other on the phone. You know, write letters. I can't imagine now. They didn't have social media back then. Like, and they planned this huge, like, it was so cute. Like, they did this huge party when I came home from the hospital, and like, you know, my sister just passed away, and the whole neighborhood. There was like probably 50 people to a kid. It felt like 5,000. But I'm like, how did you guys organize that? Like, they actually called each other and said, like, come over at 9 o'clock because you know BBT's coming home from the, you know, like they didn't send out like a, you know, there was no like GoFundMes. There was no, you know. Crazy, but they did it.
Well,
but,
I'm going to tell you, you are a incredibly special person, no doubt about it. No doubt about it. That's amazing to me.
No, it was like my parents really. My father was devastated. He wanted to be a match so bad. I remember oh, he was so crushed. He had it in. My dad had it in his head. I think he's still upset about it. Like he had it in his head. I don't know how or why, but he got it in his head that he was going to do it. And he was mad. Like I remember seeing him, and I'm like, "Oh, why are you mad?" Like he was just so disappointed. But but they
probably because you know he's the dad, and it was his job to protect the family. Yeah. But anyway, so the memory thing, Rabid, when you do the tapping, you're essentially building additional retrieval paths into that trigger one way's immediate connection, and the idea being that as you have more offshoots from that neuron that the path has been built, if you have more offshoots to other memories, then what ends up happening is you're bleeding off in your action potential as one neuron fires to the next one. If there's no offshoots, then you have a very powerful, strong memory trigger because it's going so fast and hard. And when it hits that memory, then it all comes to your consciousness. If you've got additional exits, then some of that electricity is going down those pathways.
So you have a better chance of avoiding the end sort of trauma memory.
So it's slowing down. First of all, it's slowing down the actual movement of the memory retrieval process. And either one of two things could happen. Either you follow an alternate memory path or
different exit,
yes, or it gives you time to interrupt and interfere with that trigger that's going to the trauma snapshot memory.
Wow.
Most memories that we have, if they're an upsetting memory, then I can, professionals can teach you to be aware of what your triggers are, and when you encounter a trigger, how can you bypass it? Do you have time to stop and do your diaphragmatic breathing? Do you have time to get up and move to a different location?
That wouldn't work on that like plastic smell, would it?
No, not right now, but because
In time it could.
The reason that it wouldn't is because there is no alternate path. It's when you encounter it, it goes straight to the only memory that's connected, and that is that.
I don't see it coming. I can't breathe out of it. I can't, like, I get nervous because if I'm with my kids, like, I avoid, like, even to this day, like, I won't go to like Target or Walmart bike centers. No way. I can't go down that.
So the memory is going so fast that none of the strategies that we could teach you, wouldn't have time.
I don't even know it's coming. Yeah.
No, exactly. But with and this is why you use, muscle tension and the tapping, and there's some other techniques too. And you're adding these off ramps. It's going to slow down the action potential so that you can develop strategies to interrupt the trigger. And then the second is you might just be able to actually redirect that memory. Like when you're triggered, you might actually be able to eventually redirect to a new memory. Wow. We do that a lot. Like in, if somebody had, let's say you had a memory of childhood trauma where, some adult, abused you, made you do something that you didn't understand what was happening, but you carry with you guilt, because you think I shouldn't have done that, or, you're a child. You didn't know what was happening. You knew it was bad, but you didn't know what it was. And you certainly didn't have the power to control an adult. Right. So then what we end up doing is we talk to the person and take them back to that moment, but they go back as the adult that they are. And so then they rewrite the ending to how would you respond today as an adult as compared to the way you did when you were a child, and eventually going through this process of hyper relaxation and, processing. Then eventually you actually sort of rewrite the memory.
But Jules, how is that different than EMDR?
Well, EMDR is still along that same biochemistry.
It sounded like you just explained EMDR.
It can be. But there's there's a lot of different ways to do it. The point being is that in therapy, it's not therapy of how do you feel about that. I just need a hug and then I'll be better.
I know,
the strategies that you're talking about is there's respect for the fact that all of these memories, all of our experiences are really just chemical reactions in the brain that then our brain gives some sort of semantic meaning to. It labels it and tells you what it is.
I'm a way bigger fan of EMDR than the tapping. I don't know. Tapping just. I'm not good at clinical stuff. So, but like, I like you do that.
So these strategies that you're talking about, these are strategies that came from the recognition that no, the brain is a thing, like it's an organ, and those memories they've got to be in there somewhere, somehow. And then they figured out how it worked. And once you know how something works, then you know how to, manipulate it or make it better.
Rabid,
that's where it all comes from.
You know what's scary, Rabid, is that Jules and I have talked about before that it's very obvious that Carolyn has researched techniques on how to like manipulate people, because like when you get trained in like stuff like working with clients, like and Jules is way more trained than I am, but I went through a lot of training, but
Yeah.
that's like you're not, that's unethical. You can't use this shit to manipulate people. Like,
Oh
you know,
Lord,
like
no.
I tried to pull that crap in court. Like, she's trained and she knows how to manipulate the mind. Okay, but people, Carolyn, it's obvious Carolyn's done that. She has researched how to like repeat things over and over and over so that she can change this, like, you know, the narrative. Like she uses techniques to manipulate people. You can see her
Don't
doing it.
doubt it. Yeah, and
Yeah, it's sad.
if she's
It's
ever
so
used anything that is intended for good purposes professionally in that regard, then I wouldn't be shocked. I wouldn't be shocked.
Yeah. Yeah.
But like, just to give an example of what you're describing, I think everyone would recognize is what I was thinking about there, is when certain songs will
Yes.
immediately take you back to a certain memory. And
Yep.
it could be like a bad breakup, or it could be a happy memory.
Sometimes it can take you right back to an exact moment in time where you can actually remember like the dialogue of that moment. Yeah.
Yeah, it can take you straight back to an exact location, like you say, a conversation, a very specific experience.
So like BBT was talking about the smell of the plastic.
Yeah.
I am a very strange person in that the smell of a skunk is actually a really pleasant odor to me.
Really?
Yeah,
Jules?
absolutely.
Why? Is it from a reason? Like, did you have an encounter with a pleasant encounter with a skunk?
I didn't have a pleasant encounter with a skunk, but we lived in Alaska for quite a while. So I did. And so we would go out on our everybody had like a snowmobile, you know, and we would go out to the berry patch. And so we would go out and play and pick berries or whatnot. And that's where all the skunks were, because they too were eating the berries. And so the smells of skunks were associated with, you know, the berries being sweet and playing with my friends. And so my brain incorporated a pleasant.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Shows you it can be anything, absolutely anything.
Yeah.
And
so just works the opposite. If it's pleasant, you just have, like, you know, instead of passing out, you smile.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And it instantly, when I smell a skunk, all of those memories flood back, right? Like I could be driving down the road and I'm not even thinking about that. But when I have that smell, then my brain remembers those friends and those things that we did. And, you know.
Is there, like, you know what I mean? Can you ever like change, like reverse it almost to turn it into something positive? Or do you have to totally like you have to reprogram it? Could I ever, like, I guess what I'm saying is, can you use like exposure therapy with an umbrella to make me not pass out? You know what I mean?
Potentially, yeah, I think.
Yeah, of course.
Like, would that be, you know what I mean? Like,
I'm trying to think of a proper example that I can.
But it wouldn't be exposure therapy, right?
Well, exposure therapy works, but it's not very humane.
It's what?
It's not very humane. I mean, the whole reason that you're trying to run away is you know, it's horrifying, right? And then you make somebody stay there and be exposed to this horrifying thing. So we use modified exposure techniques. Don't use
it all the time.
Don't use exposure. No.
I do. I like, I had someone that was deathly afraid of cats, and it worked. It was the best thing.
Yeah. Well,
now.
That might be a more traumatic way to go.
You also have to have friends that want to do it, though. Like, I don't pick people off the street.
So I would use a modified exposure plan, right?
I don't flip on them.
And then you have to train response inhibition,
yep.
right?
Yep.
So so I would start with guided imagery of a cat.
That's exactly what we did. Yep. I'm telling you, we showed pictures of cats first.
And
We showed
that's what I was gonna
Yep.
say. And then you would go from the guided
That's what I
imagery,
said.
then you would go to like a video of a cat or
Yep.
a photograph of a cat.
Yep. And we touched
then-
a fake. Had to touch a fake cat, like a teddy cat. Yep. Like
Oh,
we worked.
yeah.
Yep.
So y'all are
We
doing
worked-
modified exposure therapy.
Yeah. I'm not throwing her on the lap on a lap like meow catch. You know, I'm not doing that.
Yeah,
But-
that is so true exposure therapy
I
would
know.
be, sit down, tie her in the chair so she can't get away, and then walk in with a cat and just say, sorry, you're stuck
And you
here.
put it on her lap, right?
Yeah. And they're in the middle
Like-
of a fight or flight syndrome because they're
Right.
saying that cat is going to kill me. And so
Right.
it's not, it's a terrible experience.
Like,
It's
I've
a
seen
horrible
modified like with I had someone that was afraid to fly, like and she was so determined to fly. Like you have to, like I said, people have to want it. And this was like when I first started out. But I mean, and like we walked through the airport, like you know what I mean. Like she sat on a plane and didn't go anywhere, but she couldn't. She had to control her breathing the whole time. Like
Right.
it's a long process. It's not
It is. It
yeah.
sure is. Because you're adding new retrieval paths of comfort and safety. You're adding that you're taking that terrifying memory and you're adding additional memories to the matrix that's saying kitties are okay. Kitties are safe. Kitties are sweet,
Yep.
And
it works. Like, I was impressed with like I said, it doesn't work with people like my friend would be like, what my friend was like, can you do this on my daughter? When she was like, I'm like, I can't just walk in your house and throw like a bird at your daughter, like because you want her to not be afraid of birds, but like because my point is she didn't want to do it, like she had no interest in learning to touch birds,
Yeah,
So,
yeah,
like,
yeah.
You have to want to do it before you can just
Yeah.
I think it works.
And to be fair, that you would not make any, or I would not make any attempt at all to even start the exposure part until the response inhibition protocol was in place, operating, and efficient.
Yep. Yeah,
and once
exactly.
that person had the ability to self-soothe and calm,
Yep.
once they had
Then you
developed
do
the
it. Yep.
skills, then I would begin the exposure part.
And you
So it's a long
can
process.
and you can test for like their ability to like there's what I mean, like you can test for their ability to like incorporate certain techniques and stuff.
Absolutely.
Because that's the whole goal is to teach a person how to do it without me being there coaching them through every step.
Yeah, and the cool thing about it is the whole reason that this person is terrified and scared and is because somewhere they learned that cat was dangerous and would kill them.
Yep.
And if they didn't run away, they were going to die, right?
Yeah.
And they
And
believe
it's very
that.
rational too. It's very that's actually a good. It's
they
very
completely
rational.
believe it. They completely
and they get
believe it.
Yeah, and like the talk about hyperventilating. Just at the thought of having a cat near her, she would like hit the ground.
And the anxiety, a panic attack is self-reinforcing. And the reason that it's self-reinforcing is because you're there and you're confronted with whatever this thing is that you're so afraid of, and you can't stay there. You try to make yourself stay, but you can't because the fear of dying becomes so overwhelming that you finally have to run away. And then when you run away, you survive. And so it's like, thank God I left the cat because the cat almost killed me. Well, that's not
true. I always
all.
forget about that. I always forget it. That's so true. I always forget the response, the initial response is extremely reinforcing.
That's why anxiety starts small and limited, and then it generalizes to other things, and then it can become more powerful until there's actually a phobia or a panic attack. So because it's self-reinforcement, it's getting stronger each time you're confronted and you abandon, the thing, it gets stronger and stronger. And
it's like
so
a feedback loop, isn't it?
100%, absolutely. Yep. Anxiety is one of the things that we know the most about, and can, I mean, it's easily I guess I'd say the word cured. I mean, it's easy. If you
I would say
understand
managed.
it, if you
When you say
understand the
managed,
biochemistry of it, you can definitely resolve the problem.
you would say cured? I would say managed. I never think it's cured. You would say cured?
No, resolved is what is the word I use.
Yeah, I use managed, but yeah.
Just to bring up a related topic, I've been meaning to ask you, Jules, if you believe in the blank slate. You know, because I'm
Tabula
sure
rasa. Yeah.
I'm sure I heard you bring up tabula rasa, and
Yeah.
this is something I've been kind of, in my amateur way, thinking about a lot. You know, just in
Yeah.
terms of even true crime. You know, the argument about nature or nurture. Are we really, are our traits always there as a consequence of what occurs after the creation, or are we embedded with
Well,
certain
that's
potential
what
traits, right?
We're
that's what
embedded with potentials.
don't you feel like, Jules, that people like make a mistake, like because a sociopath is created and a psychopath is born. Like that's science. That's not a
Yeah.
debate. You know what I mean? And
Right.
people debate that rabbit all day long, and it's not a debate. That's like
I
in
hear
the
that. I hear them say that though.
yeah, right. I've heard people argue it. It's not a debate. It's science. I just stay out of the argument because I never will win. But a sociopath is created, a psychopath is born. There's no
That's the
debate.
consensus. That's the consensus, BBT, right? But I'd be careful
No, that's
about
in the
saying that that's
journals.
been
That's in the
proven.
medical journals. That's not a consensus.
No,
That's
no.
yeah.
No, but it really is a consensus, though, right? Because you cannot
Well,
prove that scientifically, right?
yeah, no, it
That's
is proven scientifically. It is. That's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. It is.
Yeah.
how
They have with things like cancer.
They did. That's what I'm saying, Robert.
You would have a gene that
Right.
that in that gene is the potential for a very specific type of cancer.
That's a good analogy. Yeah.
As long as
That's
you
not
don't ever turn on that gene, then you will not develop that cancer.
Right.
Yeah, but that's not a psychological thing, though, is it? That's
Yeah, it is
that's
though.
kind of that's more.
It's
But
neuropathic.
now
Yeah.
you're having to explain to me if you say that your memories and your emotions and your drives and your compulsions, if they're not brain based, then where are they coming from?
Yeah, it is. It is Rabid. It's once you if Jules could way explain it better than I could because she can teach. I can't, but I understand it. And it's true. It is not. It is a scientific. There is no debate. There's no consensus. There's no, right, Jules? I mean, that's how I understood it. Was taught it.
Yeah, well,
you're talking about what is called the genetic endowment.
Yeah.
If you read about Noam Chomsky, and he talks about a language acquisition device that's there, it gets triggered at 3 months, 5 months, about the time that babies begin to babble, make noises. Then it's been turned on. It stays on till about age 5. So if a child learns 2 languages, let's say the home is bilingual. If a child learns 2 languages before that period of time, then all of their language, no matter if they're speaking French or English, both languages are happening in the same area of the brain.
Right, that's brain, right.
But if
and they
somebody
work simultaneously, right, Jules? Like they almost they work together, not one or the other. They're working together.
Yeah. But then if that child learns a second language after that window has closed, it starts at about age 5. It begins to shut down at around 5 or 6, and it's believed to be completely closed by about 9 or 10.
That's why it's so easy for kids to learn 2 languages when they're very young. It's almost effortless if you teach a kid English and Spanish at the very same time. They can learn it almost
they're designed to learn to speak. It's going to happen
that's
no matter what.
That's not because you're a good teacher. That's because your brain is almost like wired to learn learn language and speaking and different, like it's language based.
Yeah. So
It's like
if you learn your second language after the language acquisition device has turned off, if you learn that second language outside of that window, let's say when you're 12 or 20, then the two languages will never process in the same location of the brain.
It's almost
There'll be a period, there'll be a period of interpretation that happens inside the brain. So you'll always be thinking like in two languages.
Yeah.
But if you learn the second language
simultaneously, yeah.
Yep, it's fascinating, Rabid.
Wow.
Yep. And like the way it's explained too, like that's like I learned it, Jules, about also like when kids learn to not read was it write languages or read languages? Is it? I think it's reading,
Probably
right?
both.
What are you talking about?
It's something like I think it's like past age 10, isn't it? That like it was something about languages. If you it's like processing or like it's when you can kind of
sequence. It's either sequential processing or parallel processing.
It's
if you learn, if you acquire that second language before the language acquisition device closes, then you have simultaneous processing.
Yeah,
but if that second language is learned after it's closed, then it'll always be. I think I said that backwards. Parallel processing before 9, and then sequential processing after age 9.
Is it? I thought sequential.
Yeah, first you say it in Spanish, and then your brain interprets it into English.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, but if it's before age 9, then when you speak or when you hear, you're doing it in both languages at the same time.
Right.
And that is some cool thing. That's some cool stuff to watch.
Fascinating.
Because those kids, they may say a sentence with like 12 words in it, and they may have like 2 words that are Spanish, 1 word is English.
It's crazy. Like you think, I remember watching it and being like, what the heck? Like, I didn't know you could even do that. It's fascinating, Rabid. Like, it really is the coolest thing to watch.
And they dream, those people that acquired their second language before the language acquisition device closes, they dream in dual languages.
Yes, they do. Yeah.
But then here's the cool thing about it, talking about, is there tabula rasa or is there genetic potential?
Right.
If somebody learns a third language or a fourth language, each additional language, it comes much faster and easier. So it's like somehow the brain is trained to then become a language machine.
Yeah, like certain parts of the brain are more alert, I guess, right? As opposed to someone else that didn't go through that so early.
Yeah, so nobody really understands yet why it happens, but the idea is that it's just a skill like any other to learn a new language. And if you learn 2, the brain learns a special skill that then gets better with each new language that other people wouldn't have if you just have one. That people also that do computer programming, their thought processes look like that they're bilingual. So the computer programming language that they're using is just like acquiring a foreign language. It's kind of crazy, really.
So it sounds like it's likely that tabula rasa doesn't really exist then, right? That's what I'm hearing.
So you're talking about something that they call the genetic endowment. The genetic endowment, let me try to think of a really pithy way of saying it. It is the inherited attributes coming from the experiences of your forefathers that contributed to their survival, right? And so if your forefather was someone who had the ability in their brain to recognize that the slitted eyes on a snake meant danger, then your genes were more likely to be passed down to offspring.
Yeah.
And therefore all of your people, all of your kids will be afraid of snakes and they will survive. But those people that something in their brain did not register that slitted eyes were bad, then they were killed and they didn't have time to have a baby to pass that knowledge down.
Darwinian evolution 101, right?
Yeah. So if you think about that basic potential, you think about the language acquisition device, then you have a recognition. So maybe we do carry potentialities with us, and it's up to the environment to act on that genetic knowledge, or that, well, let me say the genetic potential or capability. That if we have a certain environmental event experience that sort of flips that gene on, then we go on and it plays out in a really natural process. And
So
I
say,
think, go ahead.
sorry. So say hypothetically, right, there was a group of people living in a society where sociopathic tendencies just happened to be more likely to be a successful trait to have, right? So that the offspring would be from the survivors that had those sociopathic traits, right? Now, does that mean that that trait would also be likely to be passed on in the same way as the ability to recognize a snake as being dangerous?
Yeah. So theoretically, now we're just talking theory.
Yeah.
But theoretically, yes, it would be passed on, but it would be up to the environment to actually turn that gene on for it to actually exert influence on you. Someone could carry that psychopathic gene with them forever and ever, and it never turn on. So you're not a psychopath.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Does.
So if a kid is carrying this psychopathic gene, theoretically, if a kid is carrying the psychopathic gene, and then they are also abused, and that exerts enough force to turn that gene on, then they become Jeffrey Dahmer. But if you're carrying that gene and that abuse never happens, then you may become Bill Clinton, the president of the United States.
Hence, it's both nature and nurture, then, right?
Absolutely, 100%. Yeah.
Wow.
Yep.
That's so interesting.
It really is. It really is.
Do you know?
And you can't. And I'll say this too. And that's specific to tabula rasa. We're not victims of our genetics. The power of learning and behavioral growth, knowledge, awareness, those things can be more powerful than the physicality of your choices. Having free will, that's often having free will is often presented as like a philosophical type of.
That was my next question, Jules.
Yeah, oh, was it? That's weird. Yeah. So that's usually offered as like a philosophical type of question. Yeah. But moving beyond that initial philosophy 101, the reality is, if you have a compulsion to get angry and go, slander the person that harmed you, or key their car, or, worse, does that mean that you're a victim to your impulse and you must go do that? Or do we somehow have a brain that allows us to choose an alternative path?
See, when you really bed into this topic, it can actually get a little bit scary for some people, right? Because there is from what I understand, a really strong argument that we actually do not have free will, and our paths are kind of predetermined. You know, I mean, I don't know if you've listened to Sam Harris when he speaks about this.
Well, yeah, but I'm not sure I take issue with some of what he says.
Yeah, I mean, I can see why.
I mean, how much of it is self-serving?
Yeah, could
I'm
be.
talking about for him, right?
Well, it suits a lot of his other arguments, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Um,
But the truth is, if you're a kid and you grow up in a home where it's constant chaos and there's nobody there to teach you, when you have a bad day, that bad day is temporary. That terrible feeling that you have, it will change. It will eventually go away. And by doing something like changing what you're thinking about, do something different, do something that would be physically pleasurable, then you can avoid that terrible feeling in that moment. And if you don't know that, then how do you ever do it? If nobody in your house is healthy enough to teach you that, then how do you know what to do to calm yourself and self-soothe when you're having a bad day? But then suddenly you get removed from this chaotic home and you get put into a foster home where someone now recognizes the signs of the anxiety and anxious distress that you're experiencing, and they go about teaching you what you're experiencing, why you're experiencing, and what to do about it. Right? And then that kid now has a choice. Do I want to embrace my anger, act out, and get in trouble? Or do I want to do these things that make me feel better so I can, keep fitting in with the other kids and enjoy school and have a regular life? And the majority of people in those types of situations, they exercise their free will. They choose a path that's very pro-social. Not everybody turns out to be Jeffrey Dahmer. That was a really special and unusual case. And I know people like to try and say that, maybe he was this, maybe he was a bit different. No, he did all. He tortured and killed animals. He had serious problems in childhood. The parents, I think they were trying to distance themselves from his acts, and so they sort of put on this front of, I don't know what I did wrong. I don't know what I did. I thought I was being healthy. I thought I was. But imagine trying to take responsibility for Jeffrey Dahmer as your son. Imagine how horrible that would be.
Yeah. Have you sorry.
No, you're fine.
Have you heard of the story of Charles Whitman? He was someone that, I think it was in the 1960s, ended up shooting a lot of students from the top of a tower. I think it was in Texas, from what I remember.
The UT shooter.
That's
University
the one.
of Texas, the tower shooter.
Yeah. Like, I use this as an example a lot because I kind of flirt with the idea, right, that obviously we all follow true crime. In a sense, every bad actor, every criminal that commits the most heinous crimes, I'm kind of flirting with the idea that it's, in a sense, how responsible are they really when you really simmer it all down? And the Charles Whitman case is a kind of cool analogy, that perhaps everything has its genesis through nature or nurture that they themselves had no control over at the initial set of circumstances that they were in, right? So Charles Whitman killed, I think, his mother, and then climbed up to the top of the tower of a college, and he had a sniper rifle, and he just randomly shot so many students.
Yeah.
Then the cops turn up, and there's a standoff for quite a while, and eventually they get to the top of the tower, and he's shot himself.
Mm-hmm.
Now, looking at that case, everyone would agree that this guy was a cold-hearted killer, like a psychopath. But then they did an autopsy later. They found a suicide note beforehand where he had said, "I'm having these urges, these homicidal urges, and I
That's right.
don't know why. I don't know what's happened, and I'm sorry, but I have to do what I'm about to do." And then he obviously killed his mother, killed all these people. But they
Yeah.
do the autopsy, and they find a tumor on the amygdala.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
But in a sense, so therefore, how much culpability does he really have? Because he had a goddamn tumor that he was in no way responsible for, right?
Right.
But in some sense, for every Chris Watts out there, every Ted Bundy out there, they too, in a sense, perhaps had a tumor on their amygdala, metaphorically, at some point
Yeah.
in their
Yes.
past, whether
Yes.
it was some trauma from their childhood, or, like you say, if there was some genetic component that they just inherited through no choice of their own, you know? And
No, I agree. Yeah.
but the problem with making that point is a lot of people shy away from that idea because it sounds like you're letting the worst
Well,
criminals off, in a sense,
they
right?
want revenge.
Exactly, right?
Yeah. They want somebody to be held accountable.
Exactly. And it's in our nature to need to have consequences, right? And
Yeah.
even if we decided as, you know, a human race that, yeah, no one is really responsible when you really look into these cases, but for our civilization and our society to exist in the right way, we have to still punish these people, even if they're not philosophically responsible, right?
Well, yeah, because and a lot of people are going to be, you know, like, oh, you know, you're so cold, or, you know.
Yeah.
But here's the reality: if somebody's feeling a compulsion to kill, and it's because they have some biological problem that is driving that compulsion, whether it's disease or illness or whatever, then but still they're experiencing this internal drive to do this destructive thing, right?
Yeah.
And so they do it, and then they find a tumor on their amygdala, and then they say, oh, well, we can't hold him responsible. What are we going to do? We're going to put him back out there so he can give in to that compulsion again.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. So when you take these people off the street, it's not really punishment. It's not really deterrence. It's a duty to protect the greater population,
Society at large, right?
and that's gotten lost in the kind of liberal approach to violence and criminal behavior. People don't want to lock criminals up. It upsets them. They think it's unfair. And now we've got people driving up and down the interstate shooting people for no good reason other than they're there.
Mm.
And normally you would have taken somebody like that and immediately put them in jail and thrown away the key. But that liberal view, that empathetic response is, well, I wouldn't like to be locked up for the rest of my life, and we must be animals to lock him up for the rest of his life.
Mm.
Well, no, you wouldn't do that because you're not aggressive and violent, and you're not looking to be a predator upon other people. But the truth of the matter is this person that you're feeling empathy with, you're treating him like he is like you. He is not. He is different than you. He would not care a bit of putting a bullet in your head. It wouldn't occur to him that there was a problem. So that's one of the things I think that has brought us to a very difficult place in the United States in terms of violence and the breakdown of our culture really is people have gotten very confused about criminal behavior and punishment. It is not punishment. You are not putting somebody in jail to deter others from doing the same thing. That is not why we were doing it. We were doing it to protect regular law-abiding citizens from this person that has these violent drives and whatnot. So but my way of thinking is quickly becoming archaic. And there's a lot of people that would be, angry to hear me say that. Well, how dare you? You're a psychologist. Aren't we supposed to love people and give them the chance to change? Sure. And I'm all about that. I say put 2 psychologists in every prison and work with prisoners every day in and out and let them have pottery classes and exercise classes and give them a decent way to live. But you can't just put them out there to continue to victimize, because then those victims become perpetrators.
And then it spreads. I'd agree with all of what you said there.
Yeah.
And what you're saying does not mean that these people cannot still be treated humanely and
they can be
and still have a worthwhile existence.
Absolutely.
They just have to be sectioned off, right, from society at large for everyone's protection.
Yep.
And
the prisoners here in the United States, they can get college degrees. They have classes in the prison. They learn skills, and it's just its own ecosystem. People are still living. They have a culture.
Yeah.
But they just don't have the freedom to come and go as they please,
Yeah. I mean, it'd be a complete tragedy if, like, the way that I'm describing this new kind of philosophical way of looking at these types of things was to lead to, liberal mistakes in terms of punishment.
Yeah.
In law, it really would be.
And here's another part of this. Bill said to me, my husband said to me one day, he said, we were in a restaurant at one of these kind of like bohemian, kind of cool hippie vibe places. Stevie Nicks was playing on the music, fairly loud, and all this kind of cool bougie food, And so they were playing great music. I mean, they were playing some really, really good music. And so me and my daughter were, we were dancing, we were singing, we were having fun. And, her husband and my husband were just kind of like, what are y'all doing? Right. And so he ends up saying, he said, obviously you guys have something that I don't have. And I said, what do you mean? He said, well, look around the restaurant. And he said, what do you see? And I looked and I said, I don't know, people. And he said, yeah. He said, how many people are standing in line to make their order and they're tapping their foot or they're kind of moving a little bit to the music? But then there's just as many people standing there that seem to be deaf, that they can't hear it. They're not moving, at all. And he said,
Rabid, my assistant's waiting behind in the thing, just to let you know. Sorry, Jules, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, awesome. You're fine.
She's waiting, so.
And he said, what happens when you guys start like just moving around? And I said, well, I don't know. It's music. I don't know. I don't know. We're just moving. So one could say that's a compulsion, right?
Yeah.
Uh-oh, it's beaver time. It's beaver time.
Double
Great name.
Double E.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm muted.
We can hear you.
We can hear you.
Oh, you can?
Yeah.
You should say she's muted. How would we? What the heck? Bye. Where'd she go?
How's Alaska? How's
It was
the
all a
eternal
dream.
daylight up there?
Oh, she dipped out. I think she'll come back.
Oh.
I think right now it's eternal sunlight.
Yeah,
It is. And then her son just got a job out there, so he's going to be working with her.
Wow.
Oh, nice.
Has she met a man? Has she met a man?
No, I don't know. I
Damn
don't even
it,
talk.
Double E.
Double A, come up here.
Do you know in Alaska the men outnumber the women 7-1?
Is it really?
Yeah.
Why'd you get off? Come back. I don't know why she did that.
Is she
I can't
coming
believe
back?
that. Yeah, she should. Yeah, there she is.
Sorry.
It's Diva time.
I had that as my name for BBT's last one. I apologize.
Debbie Lee, ready? Tell Jules I was telling her earlier, tell Jules how many times did I try to email her over the last 3 years to tell her about that stupid website? How many times?
I don't know. A lot.
You couldn't count, right?
No.
I tried so many times, Jules. I was like,
It's okay. Jules has come around.
if you ever saw all the drafts, oh my God, I'm like, she's not gonna believe me.
So what's going on? What are you guys talking about?
Well,
Merb's crazy, out of control.
I thought they were talking about somebody killing somebody or something.
No, remember the last time when she lost her dogs and she made it sound like I did it? Well, remember?
Yes.
She did the same thing again.
So who killed her dog this time?
It was run over.
Oh, so somebody did that on
And she
purpose.
showed it on a video.
I am so lost. I work so late. I can't ever watch
I
anything
know.
to keep up.
I haven't talked to you in how long? We don't even talk
I
because she
know.
works late.
It's
hard
only
to keep up,
9:20
though.
here, but I'm beat. So how are you doing, Jules?
I'm doing great. I'm jealous that I'm not in Alaska.
Oh, it is so awesome here. Oh my God.
Yeah.
I
did the sled
texted.
dogs yesterday. I did the sled dogs yesterday.
You did?
It was so cool. Oh my God.
Oh, you did?
Yes, and they love their job so much. I always thought they were mistreated or something.
Oh,
those dogs are amazing.
No, they're workers. They love that.
Are
they huskies?
Yes, they all wanted it to be their turn.
Oh, I love huskies.
Yeah, it was so fun.
Yeah.
But I'm going to see the bears. The salmon, the bears that stay at the top at the falls, and the salmon jump in their mouths.
Oh, wow.
I know. I'm going to see that in
Wow.
2 weeks. I know. I'm so excited.
Is that
Jules, where did you live? Jules just let everybody know she used to live in Alaska. I didn't know.
Yeah, we Kenai.
Oh my God, that's where I'm going to see the bears.
Yeah, very cool.
Very
Is it
cool.
close
What'd
to you?
What'd you ask, Rabid? I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was going to ask. Do you know how the what you're talking about there when the bears
Yep.
go to the waterfalls to catch the
Yep.
salmon? Is that not about the only time that you ever see bears in the same vicinity? You know how they're quite solitary.
Yeah, well, they say that. I mean, they've gone up. So my cousin's best friend owns the company that takes you out. It's crazy. But they said they haven't been out one time where they haven't seen them. So I've seen 3 grizzly on our property where I am right now.
Shit.
And one of them broke into the bear-proof dumpster, which was kind of cool. But BBT has the video.
Yeah, he was a baby though, right?
What?
He was a baby,
Yeah,
right?
they said he's an adolescent. Yeah. I've seen moose.
An adolescent. A teenage bear.
And he actually got into the dumpster.
Yeah, he was
got
shaking
food.
the shit
She'll have to show it. She'll have to show it. It's
Yeah, he was shaking the shit out of it.
He just ripped right into it, reached right down into it. So it takes 4 of us
he
to
got
open that door.
rewarded. Yeah, so he'll be back.
Oh no, he's been taken care of, and it's really sad. But there's nothing we could do. He
that's
came
good.
back. He came back a
What,
lot.
did they kill him?
They have to.
wouldn't-
He'll be
No,
okay.
They put him down. I don't say. I
They
let him
do?
say it that way. They had to.
BBT.
The state rangers
He
came
will
in, yeah.
become a man eater if
Why
they
don't they just
don't.
relocate him?
What?
Why don't they just
Relocate.
relocate
BBT?
him? Also,
Listen. I bought a sign. Okay, it's sort of like a joke gift to my daughter.
well, I'm not gonna say that, but anyway, I bought this sign as a gift, right? And it's really actually very pretty, a big painting of mountains and everything. And it says, "What doesn't kill us makes us stronger." And then underneath it, it says, "Except for bears. Bears will definitely kill you."
There is a limit, right?
Right.
That's excellent. So good. That's awesome. Now, it's been awesome. I've seen so many. I went on the 26th Glacier Tour. I mean, it's just been an amazing experience. And guess what? My son is coming next weekend. He's going to be.
That's so great.
Yeah.
So great.
I'm excited. Yeah.
You
And
are
he-
living. You are officially living your best life.
Debbie,
I am
does
in
he-
the moment, yes. I've been offered jobs in Turks and Caicos. I've been offered a job in Mexico. And I've been offered a job right here in Alaska for the winter. And I'm not sure I would take that one, but
I know.
Well,
I
you
go
don't-
to Turks and Caicos.
I know.
Why? You don't want to be there for the winter?
No rules.
Oh
It's
man,
hard.
I'm telling you, you gotta stay.
Constantly.
If you're
I'm like
Well,
nervous for her to stay. I don't
the
want her to
best-
stay. I'm scared.
Well, here's the thing, BBT.
oh my god, you gotta
listen to
see
me.
it.
The guy that owns the dog kennels, the place, the
Yeah.
dog I was yesterday, they need somebody to run the gift shop, the host of their restaurant, and help take care of the dogs. And they would give me one of those tiny houses, and I could bring my dog.
Yeah, you're thinking you're not going to make it. You don't like darkness, Debbie. We don't do well in darkness. Please.
Just a great idea. I mean, it's a great
But
offer. It's good to know I have
listen,
choices. Yes, ma'am. I'm listening to you.
We were there for 5 or 6 years.
Okay.
In Kenai, which is pretty. Back then, we were in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah. Well, that's what we are.
And that the winter is absolutely magnificent, fun, magic. It's magical.
Why?
It is unlike anything you've ever experienced.
It might be
For one
It
thing,
would be
BBT,
24 hours of depression.
BBT,
Great.
you have a holographic sky. The sky is like moving.
I do want to see that.
It's green and it's blue. and
But
it's-
also,
Yeah, but when
you
you,
have
see it though, the rest of the day is all dark. I mean, 24 hours of darkness.
It'd be
Well,
cool for a period of time, though, wouldn't it?
It's not
What?
actual. It's not like midnight, right? I
It's
mean, I know
not?
they call it the
Twilight.
land of the midnight
So
sun.
now it's not 24. It's not 24 daylight. We have about 3 hours of twilight.
Yeah.
So they
Yeah,
said
but
it's
it's not
about the same.
dark.
We have about 3 hours of pure daylight, and the rest is twilight. So it's not like
I thought the winter was though pitch black all the 24 hours.
it's going to be
not.
dark. It's going to be dark, but it's not going to be like.
Like you need your headlights.
Yeah, it's like if you're in like a bad. It's like if you're in a bad storm.
So that's dark.
Yeah, but
Don't
it's
do it,
not
Debbie.
black.
Don't do it. Don't do it, Debbie.
It's just kind of gray.
Don't do it.
Doubly.
Well, anyway,
Totally do it. You gotta do it.
I have a little bit of time, but I just have options, and that's good. So I didn't mean to make it all about me. BBT just told me to come on. So.
It's always about you.
Oh, shut the fuck up! I'm sorry.
No, you know.
I'm sorry.
You want to know when I first met Debbie Lee? She never said a cuss word in her whole life. Imagine
Until
that.
I met you.
Never one time before until
Not
she
until
met
I
me.
met you. I
Yep.
never cussed. I never cussed.
Don't teach
Imagine
her how
that.
to cuss, okay? Don't do that.
I was like, you never said a bad word. She's
I
like,
know,
never
and
one time.
You got to be a better version of yourself, BBT.
Yeah.
Shut up. Step off.
No, I love her the way she is, but I picked up some bad habits. That's all.
That's what I'm
Thanks.
talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's mutual. I picked up some bad habits too.
Oh, shit. Oh, almost
We
said
all
it.
do.
All right. All right. I didn't mean to come take over, but I was just saying hi.
You
from
can take
Alaska.
over.
You're most welcome. Most welcome. I got a bit peeved off because yours truly was making some rather snide remarks about another YouTube
About-
creator that I was
Yeah.
speaking to before, you know. So we responded. Fair use, right? Fair use. We're allowed to respond.
Okay. Are you talking
And-
about
You'll see it in my video. It's in my
I'm so
video.
confused. Are you talking about that leash law thing? That's the funniest thing. That's the funniest title. I have no clue what the actual thing is, but I know the topic, and that was really
Rabid
good.
played it earlier.
You've gotten really good at this, BBT, and I am very proud of you. I am.
Thank
She
you.
really
Thank you.
has.
I
She
am
Well,
really
Thank you.
proud of what you've done. I am, and
Thank you.
Yep.
I'm sad I've not been more of a part of it. I really,
You
know, but
were 4 years a part of it.
I have all the info from back then, but it's
Yeah,
gotten
she
better.
does.
So.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
oh, you know what's good? You know what, Jules? Jules figured out that that Diane definitely turned down my mic. Remember, I found that clip that said audio.
I know she did. Everybody
I
knows
know,
she
but
did.
nobody
No,
else.
That was so stupid.
I didn't definitely find. I didn't definitely find
Well,
that out.
okay,
I
but you
said
have-
that it
no.
looked like that to me.
Because
It
Yeah,
looked
you
like
said
it was
it.
intentional, and
Yeah.
I think that it was done to stop any kind of real transfer of
Yeah.
information.
Right. I
Right?
couldn't
I
say
don't.
anything.
I don't.
Yeah.
I honestly, guys, honestly, I do not think Dan would have done that, or Wendy.
Oh my God, Diane was different back then. Don't you?
I have to grab
Absolutely.
it. She
It was
says
Diane and Wendy. They were
I'll
different
be
back
right
then,
back.
and
I'm
Diane
gonna
has
be
since apologized.
AFing.
Diane
Yeah.
has since apologized.
Right.
Oh,
I'm
she
not.
has. Yeah, she has
Yeah,
a
I'm not
reason,
bashing her,
like
but
I
she
do.
did do that, Rabbit. She did. I have
She
it. It says
did,
audio.
Rabbit.
I have it.
It was Wendy too. It was Wendy too.
It was Wendy that said it. Wendy said audio.
And I went in there and they shut me down quick. All I
Yeah,
did
they
was
did.
say, please don't railroad her.
Yep.
So
It was
anyway.
Rabbit. I'll show it to you.
I
People
was
don't
there for
still
so much of the madness that it's like it hurts my brain to even think about it. But you know that the woman called a wellness check on me at
right
BBT's house, and I wasn't even in the state.
and said that I was going to kill myself in the hospital.
Yeah.
And she called her.
Anyway, we don't have to
Nerve
go.
did, yeah. Nerve did.
Anyway, but there's lots of people. I can't see the chat because I don't know how to do that with this thing. But
Oh, yeah.
Snoop was there through it all, and
Yep.
she's in the chat. And
Yep.
lots of people are coming back around. So anyway,
I'm
I
telling you,
appreciate you letting me come on. I'm not going to stay. I got to be up at 5 a.m, which is anyway.
Oh, good. This is great.
I appreciate you letting me come in.
You're always welcome. You're always welcome.
Thank
call
you.
you.
All right, love you guys.
Bye. I'll call
right.
you. Bye, Debbie Lee.
Bye bye.
I'm telling you, Rabbit. She did. I'm telling you.
If she did, she did. But I
She did.
honestly, I wouldn't think she would do that.
Yeah, she did.
I
She
mean-
was. Debbie said it perfect. She was different back then. She was. I mean, like, look what she got you to do. Like what? Why would she not do that? Why would you think she'd stop there? Like why? What?
Yeah, well, I can't speak for her, I guess, right?
No, I'm just saying.
What I
Like,
do know is she does feel really like I do. I feel so bad about.
I don't want her to feel bad. I hate that she keeps. You don't have to keep apologizing. I don't even think about it. I love Diane. We talk. It's
I know.
totally different. But she did. She did do it. And I wouldn't accuse her if I didn't have the clip. I have the clip. I heard. Otherwise, she's got to explain. Someone's got to explain why Wendy would say audio. Like,
Yeah. Well, maybe ask her, bring up.
I just didn't think, Jules, like I was just surprised that somebody actually figured that out. You know what I mean? Because nobody believed it. No, they ran with that. Like I did that on purpose so that I could, because I didn't have anything on Carolyn. That's how they spun it.
Yeah.
Like I was afraid to go up, and I mean, it was real obvious the reason why I was determined to figure it out, because I knew because that rumor spun so fast and so wide that I was like, there's no way that everyone, like, she's created this, like they created this, Carolyn created this narrative that like I did that I was talking into a pillow because I was afraid, like it was just obvious. That's what convinced me, because it was just so widely known. Like I'm like, why does 300 people all know this, that I talked into a pillow allegedly, and they all use the same wording? It's weird.
That was her narrative, yeah. Like trying to say
Yeah.
that you were afraid. I just thought you just had a bad
That's some people said, yeah. No, I didn't. I could get it. She kept turning it down. I could get up. I was talking, and all of a sudden my mic would, and you know what? Everyone on the panel was going, I can hear you just fine, BBT. Like there was another Jules on there, Jules of Freedom. She knew. She figured it out. She's the one that texted me.
She
Remember her?
At one point,
yeah, remember her? She came on panel. She defended me. She did.
Yeah.
She tried. They went at they almost
Right.
they attacked her, but she tried. She did try.
I think that, and that's also why I think a lot of people are so angry about her, that she was capable of convincing so many people about
Yep.
things that turned out not to be true. You know,
And that's
you
what
know,
I said. Like,
people feel like
I think
fools.
I think it's worse what she did to like you and Diane and Casbat. Those you guys were her friends. I'm not her friend. You know what I mean? But she like used you, her friends, right? Didn't care what backlash you guys got, didn't care what repercussions you got, used you guys to do her dirty work. Like that's worse to me than what she did to me. You know what I mean? Because she like, I mean, you got, like I said, you got, me and Jules weren't our friend. You were her
Yeah.
friend. She didn't, and she had
Well,
no, you know,
I don't
I
know.
expect
I was never really her friend, BBT. I was never really her
well,
friend,
he
to be
made it
honest.
sound like you are. I don't know.
Yo,
Well, she
maybe
used
I
you
don't know.
still.
Huh?
She still used you. She still used you.
Well, I don't know. I've like everything I said and did was off my own back. Like that was my own. I wasn't being told to do anything. I wasn't being. I wouldn't say I was being manipulated. I just think I made mistakes myself
No, but
through
she,
my
but she
observation.
told you lies about me. So you wouldn't. The only reason you had knew anything
Yeah, but
about
I
me was
don't.
because
I shouldn't have just believed things though. You know, I should have
right. But that's
been
what I'm
more
saying. So she
careful.
did manipulate you because if she
Well,
told you the truth, it wouldn't have happened
yeah,
because you wouldn't have, you know, like you
true.
wouldn't have accused me of any, like you know.
Yeah, that's true.
I love your quote, Rabbit. Jules, remember? You might not have heard it, but Rabbit goes like this. I love it. It says, this is a perfect quote. You would have to think that if MRB is doing that she's some kind of a, what'd you say?
Mustache twirling.
Yeah, mustache twirling Joker character who's nice to all her people. I'm like, exactly, Rabbit. And she
Yeah.
goes, and then behind the scenes, she's sending out her trolls to go after everybody. And then at the end, Rabbit goes, it's just crazy. I'm like, oh no.
I accidentally nailed it.
Figure it out. Mustache joking, twirling Joker character.
Well, that's rather ironic in retrospect, right?
It is, Rabbit, huh? You nailed it.
All right, guys. I think we're coming to a natural conclusion here.
Thank you, Rabbit.
You're welcome. Thank you so much, everyone, for coming up.
Thank you, Jules.
Thanks, Jules. Thanks, BBT.
Hi,
BBT's
guys.
assistant. And Timony, that was
guys.
up earlier. Pink, I really appreciate you all coming up. And even the random Christian person. I don't know if you heard them come up earlier, BBT. It was so random. But that was fun. So I'm going to say goodnight to everyone. Obviously, there's a lot more people in here than usual, which is kind of unexpected, but appreciated. And everyone, enjoy the rest of your weekend, and I shall see you soon. I think the Sarah Boone case should be coming up soon, hopefully, and I'm really looking forward to covering that. So I think that'll be the next thing on the agenda. But that's all for tonight, guys. So thanks everyone for coming in. Thanks for all your comments. I know I didn't manage to catch a lot, but I'll certainly read them back. So it's appreciated. All right, good night, guys, and see you next time. Good night.